Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. Today is July the 25th, and welcome to the RA Board of Directors meeting of Thursday, July 25th, 2024. Looking around, and I see we have all the board members, and I believe Director Santa should be joining us shortly, but we do have quorum.
Is Director Johnson here?
And Johnson as well.
He's online, perfect.
Director Johnson, he's online, yes. So is Director Santa online, or are we just waiting for her? Okay. I believe we have 8 out of 9 so far, so having established quorum, I call to order the meeting. I have just a couple comments I wanted to share with the board, and if you allow me, I'll go over them very quickly. First of all, I want to give kudos to the staff. There was a Reston 60th birthday pool party at Lake Newport Pool. There were some doubts about the number of attendees because it started to rain just about 2:30. And so we all showed up. We were there, and I believe, Mac, we had probably about 300, maybe 250 or more.
Actually, substantially more than that. It was a shade under 600.
Perfect, 600.
Ooh, 6.
Over the course of the whole day.
That is fantastic. So it was a good event. We had several board members there as well, and I think everybody enjoyed it. Generally, the feedback was very, very positive. That's all I wanted to share with you today. We have, I believe, another packed agenda that we are going through. Just a couple of reminders for all of us. If you communicate, reach out to staff, please make sure, as I've said before, please make sure that our CEO and COO are copied so that they're aware, and make sure that nothing gets delayed or anything. And obviously, if you reach out, just please CC to me or keep me in the loop as well so that I have an awareness, and if anything happens, I need to get involved, I can do that. So with those, our next order of business is approval of our July 25th board work session agenda tonight.
Yeah, Mr. President, move to approve the agenda with the following amendments. The first one would be the removal of consent calendar item B, legal committee recommendations. We'll move that to executive session. The second item would be to move up item K, financial audit and Form 990. We are being joined by some visiting guests that will help brief us on the audit along with our CFO. So in order to allow them to leave the meeting before 9:30, we hope to be able to do that a little bit early. So I would like to move that after volunteer interviews. So this would be the new item G.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
So, except for Director Santa, who's not here, that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now that we've taken care of the agenda for tonight, let's move on to the next item. Brittany, do we have any member comments tonight?
No member comments this evening?
Thank you very much. Okay, what is next here? We have the remainder of the consent agenda here. We have the approval of the July 11th meeting minutes.
So, Mr. President, move to adopt the consent calendar, which will just now have the approval of the July 11th, 2024 meeting minutes.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I'd like to move to.
Director Flashman.
Sorry. I'd like to move to take item K and defer it to our August meeting.
Mr. President, is that motion seconded? I'm sorry. I'm not seconding that motion. I want item K to be moved into executive session, but I will make that motion when we get there. But is
Just
there a
for
second?
clarity,
That's fine, I defer to you.
just for clarity, which item K, which item K are we talking about? Because we just moved the audit into
The
after.
landlord-tenant resolution.
Okay.
I thought we had already adopted the agenda.
We've already adopted the agenda.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay.
we're still looking on a second for the consent, approval of the
Approval of the
consent
minutes.
agenda as amended.
Need a second for that.
Second.
Okay. Just bear with us for 1 second. I just want to give a few seconds to Director Santa to set up. You good? Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Director Dodd, Director Flashman, Director Farrell, Director Sant abstained. Okay. All those in favor, myself and Grywatch. Director Perry, did you say aye?
I did.
Thank you, and Director Johnson. So we have 8. Those against? You, oh, good, thank you. 801, motion passes, thank you. Yeah, Director Santa abstained. Okay. Now that we've accomplished that in light speed fashion, let's move on to our next item. I believe that would be our CEO. It's your update, Mr. Cummins.
Thank you, President Parr. I've got a couple things for you here this evening. One of the items that we commented on in our write-up for you tonight was a follow-up. You all may recall at the June meeting, former President Anton came and spoke to the board and asked the board to consider a renaming effort around the Hunterswood Ball Field, which has obviously been redone and reopening here. And as Peter and I are talking that, wanted to bring it back to the board's attention. You may recall during the Shadowwood renaming discussion, the board asked the staff to work on standard operating procedures or policies for board consideration around renaming efforts. So we're actually in the process of doing that right now. There was no specific timeline in that particular direction to staff, so we're thinking sometime in the fall. But we wanted to check back in because we know it was of community interest down in that part of Reston. So we'll follow up with you all on the exact timing of that, but that's our understanding of what the board would like. So we're working on some standard procedures.
Excuse me. It was my understanding that this is different from a renaming. Other renamings have been done because of some objection to the name that was in place. This is because of a change in use. And so it's, I believe that Ms. Anton had suggested this may not need to be handled under the yet-to-be-developed renaming policy. I would like to consider that.
So maybe one suggestion would be then, when we get to the new business portion of the agenda tonight, talk about placing it on a future agenda for discussion and action.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I've gotten a number of questions about status of various recruitments in the RA staff ranks. So I thought I might just give a very quick update on a couple of positions of note. Of course, we have several positions that are currently vacant. There were some questions around the status of hiring an IT director. We have actually made an offer to an IT director. That person accepted the job, went through background checking, and on the Friday before they were supposed to start on Monday, called us and said they would not be taking the job. So that left us a little bit in a lurch, and we reposted the position and are moving back into recruitment. That actually happened in sort of the late spring, but it's in the queue at this point. The HR director position, which is currently vacant, we are interviewing candidates right now and working with a recruiting firm. In fact, it's the same recruiting firm that brought us Ed Vroom, our CFO. So they are funneling and screening HR director applicants and then sending them over to us for consideration. So that's open until filled and working on that right now. And then lastly, this has been a position of interest, particularly to some board members. We've extended an offer for a land use planner, and that person has accepted. I just can't make an announcement on the name because they're finishing background checking right now. So I'll send you all correspondence. They're going to start at Labor Day. So I just wanted to let everybody know now because the next time we'll all get together is at the end of August. And then the last item of note, there have been a number of thoughts offered about how we look at operating schedules, particularly around aquatics facilities. We do a lot of retrospective looks as we get data from our community about their likes, dislikes, things we could change, things we might do, keeping pools open later, closing earlier, different types of hours, fitness hours versus general use hours, that sort of thing. I'm going to hand it off to Peter. We highlighted one of note in the CEO write-up, but we actually do a number of things. We're just going to highlight two for you here tonight.
Just real quickly, there were multiple requests from board members, including Director Perry, Director Flashman, and Director Farrell regarding the Shadowwood pool schedule. Many of you probably saw in the CEO update that we will extend the Shadowwood pool schedule through Friday, August 18th to include after-school swimming. One item to note as well, just like our other splash pads, the Shadowwood splash pad will stay open through November 1st. So one of the great things about adding the splash pad there is that it will stay open for public use through November 1st. And then we had gotten some inquiries regarding the Lake Thoreau pool. We are going to adjust the Lake Thoreau schedule to allow for open swim between 12 and 6 on Wednesdays and Fridays. In season 3, right now that 12 to 6 time Wednesdays and Fridays is for fitness swim. We're not seeing the numbers in fitness swim to maybe support keeping it only fitness. So it will be open for public swim between 12 and 6 on Wednesdays and Fridays now. And we will offer some time at Lake Thoreau once school starts in season 4 between 4 and 7 p.m. So we'll get that information out to the community through our usual channels, but wanted to just kind of respond to some of the inquiries we received regarding Lake Thoreau.
Is that it? Any questions for our CEO update? I have one, if I may. Can you give us a timeline about the HR hire that you're going through right now?
No, and the reason for that is we're open until filled. And so I would like to fill that position as expeditiously as possible. So we're meeting with the recruiter weekly and then interviewing candidates as they're available to us.
So I would say, from my perspective, I think it's important to draw the line somewhere where you get to a point where you have to find somebody, because that position is vacant and we need to fill that. And that's just a comment. Any other questions? Yes, Director. Josh Jack.
I submitted a question beforehand about we have a deed subcommittee, and the last time we brought it to the board, we had decided that the next steps were staff were going to do an education campaign on the deed and also do a form on the website or poll of some kind to solicit member feedback. And so I was just curious where we are on that, or when that might be coming back to us.
Thank you, Director Juszczyk. Yes, earlier today I responded to that and suggested that if the board would like to have a conversation on that, we could agendize that for a future board meeting. Generally speaking, the board subcommittee has met about once a month or so, but it's been some time, and the staff are working on the videos that the board subcommittee said they wanted done.
Mr. President,
Director Farrell.
I'm sorry, that's not what's happened here. When the board deed committee reported back, when the deed committee reported back to the full board, we explained that we wanted to educate, and Director Perry was very vocal on this. We wanted to educate the membership on the deed and go through a series of processes to educate the membership on the deed, and then invite the board members, invite the association members to share with us their suggestions. My understanding, and I sat here with Director Juszczyk and the rest of the board, was there would be a piece coming back to the board with what that communication program would look like. That was, help me out here, 2 months ago? Something like that. So I think Director Juszczyk's inquiry is appropriate. We're looking to staff to come back to us with we talked about videos, we talked about conversations, we talked about a lot of different ideas as to how to educate the membership of the association on the deed. And so I'm on that committee, Director Juszczyk's on the committee, I think Director Perry's on the committee. We have been waiting to get a suggestion on how, and looking to the staff to come back to us on how best to communicate the issues regarding the deed to the membership. And if I misspeak, I hope another board member would step up and say, that's not my memory of the conversation. But it seems to me that's what we need to have happen.
Okay, Director Perry, you have your hand up?
So at that meeting, we did discuss what we were requesting. Ms. O'Donnell was clear on what we were looking for. I feel very confident on that. Mac has just informed us that those videos are moving forward. There was a vote taken because there were some board members who wanted to see everything piece by piece. I was not one of them. I trust our staff to do what we've asked. But yes, there was at least one or two members of the board who wanted to see everything in full, in its entirety, so that they could have their comments made. But I was not one of them.
How do you want to move forward in this, Mr. Cummins?
I don't have a full status right now on where, we discussed a number of forms. Ms. Perry was correct. There was some discussion about the board actually looking at drop-down menus and other things. I don't know whether that's happened or not happened. I'm happy to get everything back in front of everybody. I don't have it tonight. So, I mean, we can certainly deliver that to you in whatever package you would like. But we're certainly working on the operational part of that.
Okay. Is the board okay if we ask our CEO to provide us with the status after this meeting by next week in terms of how things are going, maybe a timeline, and just share that with the board? Is the board okay with that?
Mr. President, I think we're at a point now where the deed subcommittee has got nothing we can do until we get that feedback. And that feedback is dependent on educating the membership. I guess I'm hoping that, and I can speak for my fellow committee members, they can correct me, I'm hoping to see some kind of a program or draft of an idea of a program. I don't know what's a reasonable period of time, but this was something we talked about a couple of months ago. I would hope that there would be a program for us to look at.
I hear you.
End of August?
Yeah.
Is that unreasonable?
So like I suggested, why don't, sorry, did you say something? As I was offering, let's ask our CEO to provide us with a status to include maybe a plan, a roadmap as to what can be done and by when. One thing that I would ask is if there is a sense of urgency on having this done this week or next week, then okay, yeah. So I think we have time for you to, and I am in favor of not turning this into a motion, but asking you to do that and provide us with an update and at least a way forward. And then depending on what we get from that, we can entertain what the board can do on that. Does that work? Thank you. Does that work for you? Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one.
Director Johnson, yes.
Again, on the same deed subcommittee note, there was a lot of discussion as to members of the subcommittee. I am a member of the subcommittee as well, and I just wanted to request for the record that we schedule meetings so they're feasible for all members to attend when they take place during the business day. It's extremely difficult for all of us to be flexible. So if we can just make sure that the schedule is, the meetings are scheduled so we can all attend, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Sounds good. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cummins. I believe we are ready for volunteer interviews. Brittany?
Yes. So we have Mr. William Biggies, who is on this evening, and you've been asked to unmute.
Yes.
Mr. Pegues, thank you for coming to the board, and thank you for volunteering. You have 3 minutes, and I believe you are volunteering for the Covenants Committee.
Chair.
Chair of the Covenants
Actually,
Committee.
for the chair, yes.
Yes, for the
I am
chair
the
of the-
current chair of the
Yes.
committee. And
Floor is yours.
I really enjoyed the position. It was the first committee that I joined here. I'm a resident of Reston since 1969 when my parents moved here. I had a few years off for military and university and came back here permanently in 77. So I've lived in a number of different places around Reston. I'm fairly familiar with it. One of the things that I enjoy probably most of all is the inspections on Monday mornings when we go and look at properties that have come under review. And I still probably end up going somewhere at some area within the community that I had never been before or didn't even know was there. So, Reston is growing and continuing to grow. My professional background is architecture. I'm retired currently as a certified construction specifier with the company WDG, which is downtown in DC and offices in Dallas. And I probably have slightly more than 400 projects around the country, of which something like 23 of them are here in Reston that I've done over the years. So that's kind of my background, my interest, and what I have going here in Reston. I should point out that I'm an Adopt a Spot person. I'm also on the Environmental Advisory Committee and a member of Fairfax County's Reston Planning and Zoning Committee. So that's a little bit about me. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you for your time. Yep, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Purvis? I hear. Thank you very much, and we will deliberate and then get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We have Katie next.
Let's see here. Next up, we have Katie Boswell.
Welcome to the board.
Hi.
Thank you for volunteering.
Absolutely.
I had a chance to meet you at the Elections Committee. We were sitting next to each other.
Yes.
So thank you for volunteering.
Oh, thank you. A couple minutes to tell you about myself? Sure. So my name's Katie Boswell. I've lived in Reston since 2010 with my family, my 2 kids. My son has now graduated from South Lakes High School, and my daughter's going to be a senior this year at South Lakes High School. I've worked inside of the political arena and elections for the last 25 to 30 years, both at the electoral level of building up voter files and making elections work inside of state parties during primaries and county work across the country. But now my work has gone more insular into organizations doing organizational development and looking at strategic plans and getting organizations to be able to be more sustainable as we walk through the years for funding or for their membership or whatever. Because I now work from home and I'm not in DC as much, I had a few folks approach me and ask me to come to the Elections Committee, see if we couldn't get some more voices on there, and so I put in an application.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Are there any? Yes, Director Farrell. I'll come to you next.
We heard this earlier this evening from my colleague, Director Johnson. The Elections Committee has been conducting their meetings in the afternoon a lot, which makes it hard for people who have day jobs to attend the meetings. What's your feeling about when that committee ought to be meeting?
I mean, I think committees should be accessible to the community, so you probably should move it to a later time when folks are not working. Generally, people work 9 to 5, and in this area, a lot of people work in DC, so you need to be able to give some leeway so that folks can get home. I would love to see that committee move a little bit later. I have no problem with meeting those times currently, just because I work from home right on South Lakes. But it would be good for all committees to be a little bit later so people can access them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Director Dodd.
You mentioned that you do elections work with various organizations. Do you mind sharing with us what some of those organizations are?
I worked at the DNC. I was one of their Midwest political directors. I worked at the DCCC and got candidates moving forward in 2006. I work with environmental groups that are 501c3s that are youth-driven, so that you're teaching the electoral process to them and so that they're not stepping over tax lines, but being able to educate folks about service to their community. I also work for labor unions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Bonds, but she doesn't appear to be on the call this evening.
Brittany, just give me 1 second. The way we process this, you don't have to wait, so we don't want to take your time. Thank you for being here, because this is going to be, we don't know how long we go.
I saw your minutes last time.
Thank you.
Good catch.
So I don't see Ms. Bonds on the call this evening. So the next would be Ms. Patterson.
Before we move on, can we just move Ms. Bonus off till the August meeting, August 29?
Yeah.
Without objection, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jessek.
Okay.
Ms. Patterson.
Ah, there we are. Okay. Thank you for being here, and thank you for volunteering. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. My name is Mary Jo Patterson, and I've been lived in Reston for 32 years, and I've worked in Reston for 35 years. I'm married to Mike Patterson, and we have a daughter, Molly. I most recently completed my 6-year term on the Fairfax Library Foundation Board. And I also currently serve as an election official for the county. In my volunteer work with the foundation, I served on 2 committees, or 1 committee actually. I was co-chair of the Development, Marketing, and Advocacy Committee, and then for my last 4 years of the board, I served as the vice chair of the board. I previously worked at associations in Reston. The latest, I worked 16 years for the Technology Student Association, and before that I worked for 14 years for the National Association of Secondary School Principals, both on Association Drive in Reston. I have a background in teaching, and I love to volunteer. I like to see people meet their goals. I'm a team player. I set goals, and I'm pretty dedicated to whatever I take on.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Are there any questions? Dr. Santa.
Hi, Mary. I had a question for you. Would you consider also volunteering for the Elections Committee?
It just depends on what kind of time compared to the Friends of Reston. I was
I would say this is a point of order, Director Santa. Let's just get her in first. Thank you.
Can we maybe request that our assistant secretary or secretary talk with Ms. Patterson about what that commitment would look like, and maybe she'll come back to us at another meeting.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Any other comments?
I came off of mute to ask the same question.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Johnson.
I wanted to ask the same question Director Santa did.
So okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll get back with you and share with you.
Ms. Patterson, have you had an opportunity to attend any of the Friends of Reston meetings in the past? And if so, just how familiar are you with the organization and some of its mission and and roles and responsibilities.
Okay. I haven't been really close to the Friends of Reston. I am a member of the Friends of Reston Library group. I did help out with the Reston Library Friends, and I heard about the Winter Festival that the Friends of Reston was putting on. And then while working the election, I met one of the members of the Friends of Reston, and they asked me to think about being interviewed for to participate in the Friends of Reston group. So to answer your question, I don't know that much about the Friends of Reston. However, I did that is true. I did get an invitation to come to their strategic planning meeting, and I was able to make one of those meetings, and I very much enjoyed it. And it sounds like I could bring some skills from my work with the Library Foundation to that group, and they're a very dedicated group, I could tell. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, Director Farrell.
We've had an issue in the last 6 months with regard to our relationship with Friends of Reston. And I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to current members of the board of Friends of Reston, but it's important, I think, for anybody going on the Friends of Reston board to understand that this board appoints the directors of the board, Friends of Reston, and there is a symbiotic but subordinate relationship between RA and Friends of Reston. And I don't know if anyone has taken the time to describe that relationship with you or to you.
Yes, well, yes, that is, yes, it has been described, and it reminds me of the relationship between the county library and the foundation for the library. And it was always our goal on the Library Board Foundation to meet the needs and advocate for the library. What do they need? What isn't being fed into the library that by the county that is additional that we could fundraise for? How can we help you? And one of the more recent projects we put together was the Children's Literacy Summer Reading Festival. So yes, I understand how that relationship works, and I do have an understanding that yes, we serve the Reston Association. That's the point to work to the betterment of Reston.
Thank you. So just like I said before, we will deliberate and then we'll get back to you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. It's my pleasure.
I'm sorry.
Director Dodd, yes.
Just as I look at our front page of item F, it looks to me that the term of chair for William Pegues, there may be a typo. The term he's seeking is July 2024 to July 2025.
Yeah, the chair's
So
the chair's a one-year term.
I just wanted to make sure that correction is.
That was correct.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yes. The printed, it was, yes. Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you for that item. We have now completed volunteer interviews. So as we agreed, we're going to move up our financial audit forward, so that would be next, I believe. Mr. Room.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, we're at the point now that we've completed the audit and the 990 tax form with the help of Forbes, who's here to help brief that this evening. We have Tamara Vineyard, who helped us on the audit side with her team, and Mark Culver on the 990 tax side. Those were both provided in your packages, and we don't really plan to go through them in detail tonight, but we can go through them in as much detail as you like and help answer any questions. And Tamara has a little presentation that she sent me this afternoon, and I can share that as well. But the team, they were great to work with. I compliment them and compliment my own team as well. Tom is on the phone, and everybody worked well together. And I'm happy that we're able to get to this point in a timely manner. All right, so I think we can see the screen. And Tamara, are you off mute, and can you speak?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for letting us join you this
Thanks.
evening. Um, as um, as you've heard, my name is Tamara Vineyard. I am the engagement partner for the audit, and I'm joined by Mark, who is going to talk about the tax return. We're just not going to go through in any great detail. I know you have a copy of the audited financial statements and the tax return in your package. But I thought I would just go through some highlights for you. And so that is what we have listed here. So very brief agenda, just a quick overview of the audit itself, some required communications that we have that we are required to communicate to you all as the board, and then a very summarized set of financial results to share with you. So just a quick overview of the audit itself. It was completed and finalized, and the audit report date was June 25th. And it is an unmodified or clean opinion is what we like to call it. So the highest level you can receive. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we noted during the audit that we needed to bring to your attention. We did record an immaterial adjustment just to get beginning equity back in line. But as I mentioned, it was a material adjustment, and there were no unrecorded adjustments or misstatements that we noted. So very clean audit. We want to thank your team very much. Ed and Tom and all of the team did such a great job in helping us, timely complete this audit. So on the next two slides, you'll see some required communications. I'll just touch on those very briefly. These are required to be communicated to you as part of the audit. There was a new accounting standard adopted this year. It was for credit losses, and it did not really have an effect on the financial statements for Reston Association. For each audit, we always kind of go through and identify where we think the biggest risks are. And so that's going to be different for each organization and each year, depending on what changes have occurred within the organization. And so the three that are identified here are management override is always going to be a significant risk item for any of our nonprofits, really any of our organizations, period. Revenue recognition, making sure that you've recognized revenue appropriately in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then, as I mentioned, the implementation of the new accounting standard. There were no disagreements or difficulties, as I mentioned, in performing the audit. Management was great to work with. So definitely no disagreements that we needed to bring to your attention. There were no consultations that we're aware of with any others outside of the engagement team or other accounting firms. The more significant disclosures you may have seen within the financial statements, revenue recognition is definitely one, and fund balances. Fair value determination of investments, leases, and related party transactions. Some of the more significant estimates that the association has within their financial statements: fair value of fair value of your investments, your allocation of expenses between fundraising, general administrative, and program is an estimate as well. The right of use lease assets and lease liabilities, the allowance for credit losses, or what used to be doubtful accounts, and then the useful lives of your fixed assets. As I mentioned, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. We made two recommendations. One is just to consider having penetration testing and network vulnerability assessments done. It's just one of those things with the things are going today that we want to make sure that you are well protected in terms of your infrastructure and your IT. So that is one suggestion we made to management. The other is around borrowing rates for any new leases, just to make sure that you're using the newest borrowing rate associated with the new leases as they occur. And then the next couple slides are really just the financial results. So you'll see your total assets went from about 50.8 million to about 53.4 million. So an increase of about 2.6 million. Most of that is going to be in other assets, and a lot of that has to do with the leases, so right of use assets. In the section below that, you'll see liabilities and fund balances. Liabilities were pretty close to the same, and then fund balances increased related to the net income for the year. So you'll see that the total of net liabilities and fund balances is also 53.4 million. And the next slide is more of an income statement slide, just a year-over-year comparison to give you an idea of how the association did for 23. You'll see that homeowner assessments did go up slightly, as well as other revenues. And so for fiscal year 23, you had total revenues of 21.9 million, which is an increase of about almost 1.4 million. And then down in the expense section, you'll see that total expenses increased about 1.2 million year over year. And then investment income and loss had the largest swing. You did have a loss last year due to the economy and how the investments fared. And so you had income this year. So that swing year over year is about 1.4 million. So it was a good year, I think, for the investments for the association. So your excess revenue over expenses or your net income is just slightly more than 3 million for fiscal year 23. And that was pretty much all I had to share. I'm happy to answer questions if you have questions related to this deck or the financial statements themselves.
Thank you very much, Director Juszczyk, for the question.
I also just wanted to mention, I forgot to mention at the beginning, I think folks may know this already, but the audit was reviewed in detail by the fiscal committee as well as the 990 tax form. So we kind of went page by page through it with the fiscal committee, and fiscal committee did recommend approval. So we'll be looking for approval from the board, but forgot to mention that earlier.
Yes, I remember being there and listening to that. Okay,
Could we put the prior slide up while you ask your question? I'd love to see the prior slide. Thank you.
Director Juszczyk, you have the floor.
I've done this disclosure at the fiscal committee, but I don't believe I've done it at the board level yet. But I want to disclose that the companies that I'm involved in, we have 7 of them, also uses Forvis as their auditors. I do not approve that contract. Our boards and our trustee committees approve those contracts. And I don't believe that it is a conflict. Interestingly, Tamara is also assigned to my company as the lead, and I certainly contribute towards the questions that the auditors ask, but I don't believe it's a conflict because I don't really have any control there.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
That's correct. We did ensure with our risk advisory, our risk team to make sure that was not going to be an independence issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Flashman.
Among the 2 recommendations that you made, one of them was to test the vulnerability of the network and do some
penetration testing.
Penetration testing as well. Do you have any recommendations as to who might do that?
So there are, we have a team within Forvis Mazars that actually does that as well, and we're happy to connect you all with them. They can also make additional recommendations of others if you would like to have more than one option there. But we definitely can connect you with our IT team.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions here. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Tamara had the audit side, and Mark, I don't know if you had a few words you wanted to say about the 990 tax side. You didn't have a presentation, but anything you wanted to highlight?
Yeah, just wanted to point out a few things real quick. As it was mentioned, I'm Mark Culvert. I'm a tax manager out of our Asheville office. Yeah, so just wanted to kind of cover the 990 process. So we utilize all of our we get the financial information directly from the audit. And then from there, we get supplemental data such as compliance, disclosures, mission statements, governance, things like that. Those come directly from management. And then once the return is prepared, it is sent to management, and any changes or adjustments that need to be made are then sent back to us. It's kind of an iterative process, but once everything's settled, then it's sent out to the board. So then I just wanted to say that it was a great process working with you guys. It was nice and smooth. There were no notable changes from this year to the prior year. And the 990 does a great job of demonstrating how the org pursues its exempt purpose.
Okay, thank you.
So unless there are any questions?
I don't think we have any other questions. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the work.
Thank you, Tamara and Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Mr. President, is it appropriate for us to adopt these or accept them or do something with these so they can be filed?
Yep. I believe there was a draft motion.
There's a draft motion there.
I don't know when the appropriate time to do that is, but there was a
The
motion
idea was that
now.
we can take care of it now.
All right, Mr. President, move to approve the 2023 audit and 2023 tax return as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
I believe, let's see. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Director Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself, Garwatch, Just Jack Johnson, and Director Perry.
She's dropped.
She dropped, okay.
So 8-0.
8-0. Motion passes.
Mr. President, if you'll indulge me as you go to the next item, I just want to thank our new CFO, Ed Vroom, and team. As you all may recall, we have been late with our audit and tax return the last couple of years, and he's made this a priority, and we're done at least 3 months earlier than we have been the last few years. So special thanks to Ed for making that a priority.
Well, thank you for stealing the thunder from me, because I was waiting for this to go through and say thank you to our CFO and staff and team. This is great. Let's just keep it up. Really appreciate everything that you guys have done. Good work. Thank you. Over to you. You have the next item.
I think we're on to the CFO update now.
Yes.
And kind of monthly update going through June actuals. You know, I won't reiterate much about the presentation that was sent out along with my recording. Just to highlight a couple things real quickly. You know, we still have a strong balance sheet. No real changes there of note. Capital, we're underrunning even more than we were before, now projecting $388K under for capital for the year. And the primary change was canceling the headquarters carpet replacement that had been planned. They decided that that wasn't necessary, and since our lease will be expiring in a few years, they didn't think that was a good use of funds. We're still running pretty much right on budget for revenues. I mean, just a smidge over plan, like 0.1%. And still underrunning expenses 2.4% at this point. So that's just a couple quick highlights, but if there are any questions.
Are there any questions? Director Farrell.
We had a conversation last month, I think, Mr. Vroom, about how much of a cash surplus we're accumulating. And I seem to recall at that time we were taught, because we have 9 positions that we haven't filled and hadn't filled at that time, and I guess we're going to fill one of them next month or September. And I looked through here to see that number, or to figure out what to add up to get to that number and where that number stands as of the end of June. Can you help me?
Well, I mean, the way we look at our unrestricted cash is kind of that once a year at the end of the year. And if you recall, we were just under 2 months of operating expenses. So, I mean, that's kind of a once a year look. We haven't kind of updated that at this point. I mean, we are underrunning a little bit more, so that would continue to be floating up as we underrun. But we were, you know, just under 2 months of expenses.
So, okay,
And you can't really see that on any of these slides. That was a different slide, which I can do again, but that's not included here.
Well, but when we discussed it last month, the idea was that, well, that's only 5 months worth, and we need to go through 6 months worth, and that number, assuming we didn't hire all 9 people, that number would go up. And I'm trying to get my arms around, because I'm looking at the dashboard, and I see it at 148, and you can imagine, gee, it went from 400,000 to 148, so I got confused. So at least I was led to believe that that at the 6-month mark, we would have a new number there.
So I think what you're probably referring to is our updated forecast for the year. And, that would kind of show our projected underrun as of the end of the year.
Well, we talked about the underrun as of that board meeting, and we only had through May. Now we've got 6 months worth, and I'm just trying to find out what the underrun is as of.
Well, the underrun as of now is, I believe
June.
it's 235K, if I recall. Yeah, 235K is the underrun of expenses, that delta there on the dashboard. Yeah, I think we're talking about, forgive me, I will try to translate this between the two parties, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But Ed, you seem to be talking through a year-end projection, and I think Director Farrell is talking about an actual number today of where the underburn stands in a monetary value. So we may not have that number, I appreciate that, but just so we're not going back and forth, fully understand you're looking at the full projection now given where staffing is trending, and I think Director Farrell is saying, as of today, where's our position, basically? Yeah, well, I don't have the projection as of the end of the year, but as of today, or really as of the end of June actuals, it was that 235K. That was our underrun at that time. Could you then reframe our thought process on what we saw last month or last meeting where the number was in the 400s? It was a little bit higher. I mean, we overran a little bit on our costs last month, primarily in seasonal. We ran a little hot for some of our seasonal staff, particularly aquatics. So that ate into that a little bit. I mean, there was a little bit also of some PTO payout for some departing employees. That was kind of a smaller variance, but there were a couple things.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Mr. Petrine.
Let me put my green eye shade on and give. Cash is an asset of the association. It is not a flow. Income and expense are flows. Cash is impacted by those flows, but there was money in the bank before, and there will be hopefully money in the bank at the end of the year. Because we record virtually 90% of the income of the association by the end of June, we do not spend that money. We do not achieve the same level of spending on the budgeted expense side until late November into December. So we're talking about a timing issue. And if you try to assess the adequacy of cash right now, I don't think it's a useful exercise, personally. Now, you can go through it and do it, but it doesn't get you to the point where you can assess either the adequacy or inadequacy of cash balances.
Mr. President, we know we're not going to spend the people cost on 9 positions for the first 6 months.
Okay.
As of May, that resulted in $400 and some odd in unallocated cash. Okay, that was 5 months. It's now July. We should know what that number is for the first 6 months to be able to say, okay, along the lines of Director Grywich's budget item, what are we likely, where are we today on people costs? And I look at people costs, and it's being reported to me that it's, hang on, 235? whereas a month ago it was 400 and change. And so I'm trying to reconcile those two numbers and to add another month of 9 positions being vacant and trying to understand, okay, where's that number vis-a-vis what I'm seeing here? And I'm saying, okay, I can't make these match. I understand what our treasurer is telling us, but it doesn't really go to the question that's being asked. And
So,
it may
Director
not-
Farrell,
and it may- if I can finish, sir.
please.
It may not mean that you're going to be able to answer this question tonight.
Right.
But I'd like to have an answer to that question.
So let me ask a question for my own understanding. So you get those numbers. What is the goal? What do you want to do with those numbers?
Well,
Where are you
if
headed
we
with
have-
those
if we
numbers?
have
Give
accumulated-
us some context.
If we have accumulated surplus cash, one of the things is if we have unanticipated expenses, that accumulated uncommitted cash is available to us for that. And as Director Garwatcher says, as you get closer to the end of the year, you can be talking about a budget and include those numbers into the budget discussion, as Director Garwatcher has suggested. So it's a matter of where do I stand here? And I was, last time we had this conversation, I was cautioned to not get too excited about the May numbers because we want to see where we are at the half-year mark. Okay, I'm looking at the financials through June, which is the halfway mark, and I'm looking for that number.
Okay. So I understood you to say that there were some expenses and other things that were paid in between last time and this time, and that's how the number has gone from 400 to 200 something.
Correct.
Director Joshak.
So this also came up at fiscal. This is where we landed. Seasonal was overspent, overtime was overspent for this past month. We don't know yet whether that's a timing issue or not a timing issue. And Ed is preparing to bring a projection next time. And so by next month, we should have a projection that's more reliable to use as what our underburn might look like. Because the seasonal, even though it was overspent last month, doesn't mean they'll be overspent for the season. It just might be a timing issue, but we'll know more about that next month. We were expecting the projection this month, but it wasn't finished yet, so next month is the goal.
Thank you. Does that help?
Well, I look forward to next month.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions? Ed, was that it?
It was, unless there are any other questions.
Any other? Thank you, Director Joshak, for that. Yes, I do remember that conversation. Yes. Okay. Now that we have finished our CFO update, aha. Who's next? You have the floor. So the next item on the agenda is the website update, and I will say I also had a chance to view the video, and it looked good. And thank you for answering the questions that came your way about login and Dropbox, and my favorite. I shouldn't say anything else.
I think that is a common
Yes.
feeling.
Thank you. Over to you. So the website update, please.
Yes, well, as you all had a chance to see the video, and thank you for all of you who submitted questions already. This has been, as many of you know, a multi-year process, long before my time here with RA. So I'm very glad that my team and I are able to finally bring this to fruition on schedule and on budget. And the vendors delivered everything we have asked them to provide. We also want to remind you that this is just step one in the process. Get a new website. We know that there are lots of things that can still be implemented, and we already have a wish list going of things we would like to implement in future iterations down the road. But we wanted first and foremost to get that website up that was much easier to use, much more visually interesting, and much simpler for our members to find the information they need from RA. So I hope we are accomplishing that, and if anyone has further questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. I would start with just one comment, and that is test, 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 and do more testing before you go live. I've seen so many deployments fail on the first day because they didn't do enough testing. Peace.
Agreed. I 100% agree with you, and we have staff plan to do nothing but go through every single page, every single link to make sure those are working when we launch to the public.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Farrell?
Thank you for the video. That's always very helpful to get a video to look at ahead of time. Let's see, I'm looking at the written materials you shared with us.
Okay.
And I'm at bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which talks about having a capability or functionality to have an opinion poll to collect member feedback. I don't want us to do that.
Okay.
Because, and the rest of the board can express their opinions, we spent a whole lot of money on a community survey that was professionally valid and reliable. And my experience of these kind of opinion polls is they're neither. It's just who's hot this week, and can I get my neighbors to flood the zone, and et cetera, et cetera. And I would want this board to put the membership in the position of believing that if all of my neighbors at Under Oak Court jam the opinion, that their view is going to prevail. And any opinion that, a poll or opinion that I get out of this is not going to be reliable and not going to be reflective of the community at large. And I'm concerned about giving the membership an impression that that's what we're doing. So I'm very hesitant to have that function in our website, because I just think it produces results that aren't reliable from the board's perspective.
How does the rest of the board feel about that? Santa.
Would this module allow you, for instance, to collect the member feedback for the budget?
That would be very similar to that type of module. And Director Farrell, to your point, this would by no means be the only outlet we would use for collecting certain kinds of data. As I believe I mentioned in the video, we are still looking at those survey options that we discussed during the Shadowwood initiative for ones where we need to get that IP address tracking or that very specific, one response, one member type of feedback. We are still looking at those options. Those just were not ones that were available through this particular module, but we thought the general one may be useful in certain circumstances.
Mr. President, begging your indulgence, I don't have a problem with getting member feedback, okay? I love it, okay? What I don't want to do is to get us into a trap of having the membership believe that what gets fed back to us is actually a reflection of the community. We spent a lot of time, a lot of money, spent a lot of time designing that survey so that it was statistically significant and professionally reliable. Sure. I wouldn't want us to get into that. I'm happy to have feedback, whether it's for the budget purpose and to have that functionality, but I don't want to get in a position where
Director Farrell, maybe one option would be for Kara and team to think about the way they frame this, because I also believe getting feedback is important, but I understand what you're saying. So I think maybe they can take that as an item to.
You and I have seen the polls
Yes.
that Patch puts up,
Yes.
or that the rest
They're
of
not
now
scientific.
puts up,
They're
and
not
they're
scientific.
useless.
They're not scientific.
And so they're not something we want to use as a policy.
So I would say maybe that's something that you can take back and think about how you want to frame that.
Sure, perhaps if we frame
Because I
it just a
think-
little more as feedback as
Feedback,
opposed to a
yeah.
poll, that might be more effective. So that's
'Cause-
great. That's great feedback. Thank you.
I feel from my perspective, I feel very strongly that this is a good way to get our members involved, and getting their feedback is a good way to start that engagement. They will get involved, and we need them to get involved. So yes.
Not for today, but for next time, if and when the logins become part of this and they're tracking to our database, is there any way that a poll could be conducted where the record of the member records their entry, so therefore addresses the double voting that some of the peers have said?
I don't know the answer to that off the hand, but of course we will research and get
Thank
back
you.
to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for, yes, Director Jasiak.
Thank you first for answering all of my questions related to many of the topics, but the biggest one was member login. One of the number one goal that, now that I've been on multiple boards since this project came to fruition, was this concept of bi-directional communication between RA and the membership. And the way that we can do that the most valid way is through a member login experience. And so I understand now that there's going to be a login experience, but I want to make sure that the member experience is good not only from day one, but doesn't deteriorate as we get into the different phases of the project. So I had a conversation this afternoon with our CEO, Peter Lusk, and he is going to take some of the things that I talked about into account and get back to us. But the last thing, right, that we want is everyone signs up and becomes a member of this website, and then we integrate it with WebTrack or Member Suites or however we do that later on. But we didn't keep track up here. We have now all these email addresses and all these phone numbers. We're sending out really cool alerts. And then later on, we can't connect that to databases where members also have a login. And so we want to make that experience as seamless as we can, knowing that later on we're going to do this work. But I am very excited. I do think that the board and staff should reflect on what we would have behind these member logins. We've had a lot of discussions and a lot of issues over the years where things get outside of the membership. They end up in the public realm that we don't want it in the public realm because it's for members only, or we end up with, news articles on things that really should only be member focused. And so I've also kind of talked to staff via email about reflecting on what is a member page and what is a public page as we move forward. And then staff is also going to get back to us because there are pieces of the contract that we paid for that we aren't using at Go Live. And I want to ensure that we're able to execute all of those things that we were paying for. And so they're going to work with the vendor to make sure that they understand that we still have intention on using those provisions of the contract that we're paying for, just not at Go Live, but at a later date. And then I wanted to ask if Kara could give us a little bit of the highlights of what a rollout plan to the members might look like.
Sure. The rollout plan, our goal is a September launch, giving that time for the training and testing. So a September launch where we will send out where we want to make a big splash about this. So sending out a news release, hopefully getting some coverage. There have been several stories printed in the past prior to my start here with RA about the need for a new RA website. So I think there's opportunity to get people excited about this and also get them to sign up so we can capture those email addresses and then cross-check those with the accounts we have with member services to make sure we have the most up-to-date email addresses for our members. And I want people to be excited about this. I want them to get involved and tell us what they think about the site, because while I'm also a member here at RA, I'm also very, very close to this project. So I want to hear what our community has to say. So we'll be doing that rollout, as I said, in September, and trying to make as big a splash as we can about it. So, you know, this has been a long time coming. And I think we're all universally very excited to see it come to fruition.
Thank you. Director Santa, yes?
I just want to say membership is going to be really happy. This is something everyone's been asking. It'll be an even better day when all databases talk to each other. So hopefully we'll get there. The only suggestion that I had for this is a tomorrow problem is that once logins become inactive for a while, could we automate an email to those registered users to change their passwords?
That's a fantastic question. We'll check in on that.
Just for security reasons. And my second question is it going to be a two-step authentication, or is it just, yeah, two-factor authentication, or is it just one-time login password and we're done?
I will find that out. Sean, my website manager, is on the call right now, and I'm sure he is furiously writing down this information to check with our vendor.
Good. I was about to bring up the two-factor authentication. And
Great idea.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Johnson, you have your hand up?
I do, thank you. Kara, I wondered if you got my email from late Wednesday night. I sent about 5 questions over. If you could check and follow up on that, I'd appreciate it.
I will do that. Yes, I saw the questions that you had, Director Johnson. I can't remember off the top of my head what all of them are, but I will get back to you in email.
It's fine. I didn't need an answer in here, but an email would be great. Thanks.
Okay. See no other questions. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kara.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to September.
And Travis, for the record, I read your email, and I enjoyed you very methodically looked at the website from a member perspective, and I thought your feedback was really good to, think about what's above the fold, what's below the fold, what will members' eyes go to first, and I thought your suggestions were really good.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lusk.
All right, so
hang on. I have to announce this first.
Oh, sure.
We are now on the IT update.
Thank you. So a few months ago, Director Juszczyk asked if we could provide an IT update. All of you are aware that quarterly we provide departmental updates, capital, rec, covenants. So we provided an IT update video that I'm sure everyone watched. 2 things I want to point out that are particularly, I would call them monumental for the year. The first is our IT staff worked really closely with the rec team to get what's called PayTrack out and up and running, which is how we collect payments now at the pools, which is a big step for RA. That was in our strategic plan. It was in the community survey, so that's really great work that was done by our team. And the second is we're now in the cloud, which is a huge step. Our servers on the premises are now not operational, and we're in the cloud. So we've taken some big steps there. With that being said, as Director Juszczyk mentioned, we spoke this afternoon. I believe what she was actually after was an update to an IT roadmap that was put together in 2022. And I'm not sure I was quite aware of that. So we're going to come back in a few months with that update, kind of tying back to the roadmap that was put together in 2022. But I'm happy to answer any questions on the update that we did provide. Good.
Yeah, I concur with Peter. I would encourage all the board members, and I'm happy to send out a link to the Dropbox, but we had an implementation roadmap, which was post cybersecurity issues that we were having. We had a plan, an implementation plan, and so that's what I was most interested in is where are we on that implementation plan?
Okay, thank you. Director Farrell?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 5th page of the PowerPoint. And in the 3rd bullet, it talks about Wi-Fi for parks and recreation staff at all pool locations, et cetera, et cetera. Is that a closed system? Because one of the budget items that we have is looking for the provision of Wi-Fi at all of our locations. So is this Wi-Fi closed?
That's just Wi-Fi, so like I said, so we could run those payment devices at the pools. It's not public Wi-Fi, it's just for our staff.
But routers are obviously in place at all of the pools.
They're mobile devices that we bring out and that we bring back, so two different things.
So they're in that, right.
It's like a cell phone.
Yep.
It's like a cell phone. Director Johnson, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. Peter, not having seen the document that Jennifer was alluding to a little while ago, I have a quick question. Now that we've switched to all cloud rather than on-prem infrastructure, will that significantly change the roadmap? I'm thinking about it from a security standpoint. A number of security controls would no longer be the responsibility of RA. They would now be under the responsibility of the cloud service provider. So I'm wondering, I know we've got an assessment scheduled for later in the year, or an assess, as was illustrated in our presentation, but what are the ramifications of the new infrastructure to the plan?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So Peter has seen the roadmap as of like 2 hours ago. The good news, Travis, is that one of the things on the roadmap was to move to off-prem. That was part of the implementation plan, as well as things like creating IT policies. So those policies were going to be created after this off-prem move, so that the policies would align with the infrastructure at the time. But like I said, I will send you a link. I don't think that it will affect the roadmap. It could, but for the most part, that was a part of the plan, was to move off-prem.
Okay, thank you. It is, because the reason I was asking is, and Joe, who I'm sure is on the line someplace, is actually, I think he's in the waiting room, will attest, is that security controls can be radically different. The inheritance versus the applicability of the security controls can be radically different from an on-prem versus a cloud solution. So I know we've done an assessment in the relatively recent past. So I know one is coming up. So I just wanted to make sure that we were taking everything into account. So thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Director Johnson?
I didn't.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Director Santa.
Are the things that were mentioned in the audit, the network vulnerability, the penetration test, now going to be part of the roadmap?
Yes.
Mr. Lusk, thank you very much for that presentation. We move on next to member budget suggestions. Mr. Vroom.
I'll do a brief intro here, Board President. So bringing us back into our budget process, I'm sure you all recall at the last meeting, we began trying to whittle down the total number of member suggestions. Just remind everybody, we had well over 200 to start with, and ultimately this exercise is just trying to decide which ones to price out for consideration at some future date. Understanding that you have a number of other budget variables that you haven't seen yet that will come, at the same time. At the last meeting, you asked for a couple things to happen. You deferred a number of the board member suggestions for consideration this evening. You also asked for some, but not all, of the member suggestions that were still remaining to be referred to the fiscal committee for consideration with a recommendation to come back to you all. So we have tried to, in the interest of keeping this organized and helping you get to some decision points this evening, we've put them all in one spreadsheet. And then what we have done is labeled those member suggestions that were not sent to the fiscal committee. There's obviously no fiscal committee recommendation because they weren't referred there. So that has NA and then the fiscal committee recommendation. So that's all one set. That's the member suggestions. And then there are the board member suggestions that were holdovers from the last meeting. So as we took a look at this, we thought it would make sense. You may recall at the last meeting, we discussed the idea that there are a number of individual budget request items that fit within a larger bucket in our mind. So for example, a number of trail improvement suggestions or individual signage things at trails, things that fit within the trail program, if you will. The same thing is true for a number of individual things relating to parks facilities. So we had suggested, and the fiscal committee concurred, that rather than have those advance as an individual budget line item, that a recommendation could be to create a bucket and simply price out what looks more like a master plan that would address not only those items, but the other items that have come up in other forums, other kinds of member feedback, things, staff ideas, and so forth. That might be a more logical way about going about individual trails or parks budget items. So we're recommending that we price those out instead of go through individual things one at a time. And then the second budget item that came up, the only item the fiscal committee recommended taking up was there was a suggestion for a zero entry pool improvement. And this was, I think, a good conversation that we should have at the board on how we make decisions from a CEO standpoint. So the comment was, well, we're going to do a maintenance project. We're going to do a chip seal replacement. When we do that, we typically don't make any other major pool improvements for a substantial period of time, 10, 15 years. So almost de facto, if you do the chip seal project that's just scheduled as part of normal maintenance, you're saying you're not going to do any major pool enhancements for a long period of time, AKA we're sort of backing into no major pool improvements. So our recommendation is consistent with fiscals that we should go ahead and price that out. And at the same time, Peter and I are looking at our capital program for maintenance projects that trigger those other larger decision points without really overtly deciding that. And we'll be ready to talk about some of that when we get to August. So our recommendation this evening is to advance those two items. As it relates to the other items, there were a number of things that the board had questions on at the last meeting. We tried our best to put in information about when and how some of those things are really very operational in scope. So a question came up, well, what do we know about when this is going to be replaced or this particular thing is going to be bought? We put the things that we know about. Some are already being done, by the way, so we put that in the spreadsheet. Some are due for later this year, and some may be due for next year, and some we're not sure yet. And sometimes that is a revolving question of priority because sometimes we have windstorms and tree limbs come down and break something, we've got to fix it. So I think the point from a budgetary standpoint is we already have line items for all those other items. It's simply an operational matter. Generally, Mike McNamara and Laura Kowalski constantly revolving on what the highest priority is at that moment. So with that, we're happy to take any questions. Ed is here to walk through any of the numbers and stuff in the spreadsheet, but I thought I'd just try to focus that and maybe organize to get to the end.
Let me just add that there were board members who attended the fiscal committee meeting during which this conversation came up, the review of these items. And it was Director Juszczak, myself, and Bob Petrine. And I would say that we were all involved for the benefit of the board. We were all involved in the decision-making process or the deliberations as to how the fiscal committee came up with the recommendations that they did, and we all agreed to those. So just want to put that on the table for those of you who were not there, that that's what happened. Director Juszczak, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. So if there are questions, we can go through questions. My suggestion would be that we think about the recommendation coming out of the fiscal committee, having had involvement of the board members, and consider that as the opening recommendation. Director Farrell.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm going to have a series of motions to be made. It is. It is on. But I want to start the conversation with the discussion about Lake Newport. Lake Newport is an only 50-meter pool. And as I understand it, we're pretty much locked into the extent of the water surface area. That if we increase the water surface area, we have to increase the size of our bathhouse. I remember having that conversation when we were looking at Shadowwood. And so in order to square up Shadowwood, we had to lose the wading pool so that the surface area didn't get any larger. And before we go too much further with zero entry at Lake Newport, I don't know how you do it at Lake Newport without adding surface area to the water surface. That if you put in a zero entry, you either have to sacrifice the 50 meters or you have to go through an expansion of the bathhouse, as I understand it. Now that understanding is a couple of years old, but before we spend too much staff time looking at zero entry at Lake Newport, I think we need to understand that trade-off because I don't know that we want to reduce the length of that pool below the Olympic length. 50 meters is the Olympic length in order to come up with a zero entry. Zero entry is nice, but if it means we've got to substantially expand the bathhouse at Lake Newport, well, that's a cost. If the alternative is to make the 50-meter pool a distance less than 50 meters, that's a cost. So I don't think it's just a matter of costing out the zero entry. It's a matter of confirming that we've got that limitation of surface area, and the surface area then translates into having to expand. If we expand the surface area, we have to expand the size of the bathhouse. So that's my first comment. I'm happy to get any feedback on that, but I think we need to be cautious on that.
Director Justek?
So I would like to motion to direct staff to price out the Lake Newport zero entry and bring back to the board not only the pricing, but the benefits and obstacles that we might face through pricing, through adding this type of benefit to that pool, which could include governmental permitting, the difference of what that pool means to like swim teams, so both recreational and legal type changes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, myself, and Dr. Johnson. Good. Those against? Abstain. Director Santos abstains. So that would be a 701. Thank you.
Mr. President, I was going to go through the pool recommendations and have a conversation, try and keep it short of each one. But if there's another way of approaching it, I'm open to that. But I think that each one of these needs a further conversation, just the staff comment or the fiscal committee recommendation. I will
on the
have some
table,
motions.
I have not talked about a motion, but I just described what happened at the fiscal committee in terms of how the recommendations came about, and the fact that, again, it was a partnership between some of the board members who were there, the board members who are at the fiscal committee, Director Juszczak, myself, and Mr. Petrine as the treasurer. So my recommendation is that because we were there, we all listened to the discussions and we agreed on the recommendations that we move forward with those. Director Juszczak.
Can I ask Director Farrell a question really quick? For the rest of them, do you want to move them forward?
I'm sorry?
For the rest of, is there anything on the list that you would not want to move forward?
I'm not sure I understand. I'm just right now focused on pools.
On pools. So
Right.
is there anything else on the pool list that you don't want to move forward?
There are others I want to move forward with, but in order to make the motion.
But for pools, I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to take those capital items that the fiscal committee and staff are not recommending and make sure that they are incorporated in the CIP plan that they bring us back for the budget.
Do you have item numbers?
No, I'm just trying to move your stuff forward in the most efficient way. That's why I said, is there any that you don't want to move forward? Because my understanding is we don't want to lose track of these things. And so fiscal did not approve them or didn't say to price them out because staff said, hey, they're part of our ongoing operational, plan anyway. But if the board wants to consider and make sure that they're not lost by staff, we could do a motion that says, hey, make sure you include these in your capital planning process.
If you want to make a motion that all of the full recommendations be incorporated into the capital improvement plan, I'm not sure that that's necessary, but, and I'm not going to oppose that motion. I just didn't want, in some cases, there's a staff comment that says this is taken care of. I have some follow-up questions on that, and it may be that individual item doesn't need to go in the CIP. There are other circumstances where absolutely I want it in the CIP. So, if I can go through it, Mr. President,
I would say, why don't you go through it? I'll write down the numbers, and at the end, we can do a motion of the ones you definitely want.
And how many items do you think you want to go through?
Well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So all of them?
I have questions on all of them, yes, sir.
So then,
I'm not persuaded by the fiscal committee recommendations, Mr. President.
So, hold on, one conversation at a time, please. Director Farrell is indicating that he's not accepting the fiscal committee recommendations.
If we
know.
could just get this started, we can be done in 20 minutes.
I don't know how quite to read that, because what you're suggesting is that you don't trust the work that the fiscal committee has done with participation of board member liaisons, and I just don't know how to read that.
It's simple. I don't delegate the authority of this board to any advisory committee. The decision is made by this board, not by an advisory committee.
Then I would suggest, let's put a motion out here that says we adopt the recommendations of the fiscal committee and see how the board feels about that.
So you're going to not allow a board member to discuss a budget item, and you're going to instead shut down that debate by adopting the recommendation of a fiscal committee where only 3 board members were there, not 9, not 8, 3.
Your call. If you throw the motion, he's just going to go through them during discussion. So.
Can I motion to suspend the rules so that we can get out of the Robert's Rules of Order and just have a candid conversation?
Yep.
So I temporarily want to make a motion to suspend the rules. I need a second, and it has to be a 2/3 vote.
I am happily seconding that.
Travis has already got it.
Is there any discussion?
I think it might be worth a point of clarification, because I believe Board Member Farrell is referring to the board member suggestions. Those were not referred to fiscal committee at all, so there was no recommendation on those.
Is that
there were a number of member suggestions that were referred to the fiscal committee, and they recommended none of those moving forward. I genuinely don't remember how many member suggestions, what the fiscal had to do with aquatics. But just as a point of clarification, as we're all discussing how to proceed.
So can you clarify? Well, were you looking at the board member recommendation? Yes, Director Dodd.
So as I understand it, then the entire first page of our big printout is board member suggestions that were not referred to fiscal, and that's why there's not a column on the page for fiscal recommendations. So they are already being handled differently than the ones that were sent to fiscal.
And most of the second page also. We have no fiscal committee recommendation.
And he didn't say board members. They were not referred. We didn't refer those.
Right.
Those were just left over. Those were just left over from last meeting. We just didn't finish the board member ones.
The reason we put them to one side,
Right.
the member suggestions, was that there was a majority of the board who had voted yellow on these, or yellow and green. And the thought was that the board, not one of our advisory committees, but the board wanted the opportunity to discuss these items. And that's why it was continued to this evening. If the board now decides that they don't want to discuss the member comments from item 60 through, 98, if the board doesn't want to have that conversation, I'll go with what the board wants, but the board voted to pull these over because these were ones that board members had indicated they wanted to talk about.
Okay, there was a motion that was seconded, and let's just,
So can we discuss that motion?
yes.
I guess I want clarification on what aspect of the rules are sought to be suspended, or in what way that might
essentially,
facilitate.
Essentially, the chair doesn't have to recognize anybody. It could just be a free-flowing conversation. It could be a lot quicker. Anybody can interrupt each other. I mean, I want Farrell to go through this as quickly as possible. I think we all do. So that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm suggesting, can we just suspend the rules for this agenda, for this item? Anybody can talk to Farrell. Staff can jump in immediately. You don't have to get recognized. It'll make things a lot quicker. So there was a second.
Yep.
The debate was had.
Yep. All those in favor? We've got Dodd, Flashman, Santa, myself, Garwatch, Just Jack, Director Johnson. Is your hand up? Yes.
Yes.
And all those,
Yes, it is.
all against? Are you abstaining?
Same.
Okay. 701.
Just one point of order, John. I know your microphone is on, but when you face away from it and talk in that direction, I'm not able to hear you. Thank you.
Well, we don't want that
Thank
to
you.
happen.
Okay. John, yours.
So
Let's go through them.
I'm going to try and do this as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
In item 28, the staff comment is that the problem with the Tall Oaks Pool is the size of the water main line. Okay, so I'm reading that to say that replacing the water main line solves the problem. If so, that item needs to be priced out and included in the capital improvement plan. Am I missing something?
Nope, you're correct. That's what the issue is. I think we had a conversation last time too about these all being done in 25.
Can you pull the mic
Yeah,
closer? Sorry.
At the last meeting, I think we had a conversation about these being done in 25. I'm not sure that's something I would commit to for this item.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that you might not be able to get this item done in 2025?
Yeah, I don't know if between the time the budget is approved and pool's opening, I'm not sure replacing the water main is something I would commit to in less than 6 months.
Would it be appropriate then to make a motion to include this item in the capital budget, understanding that it may get taken care of in the fall of 25 as opposed to the spring of 25? Given the fact that we're on it.
So that would place it, if you want to place it in the budget in 25, maybe. I think 26 would be a safer time, but.
Well, but that would enable you to get, if we put it in the 25
get it
capital
done for
improvement plan,
26?
that would enable you to get it started in September.
Sure.
And you would have enough time. So, Mr. President, I move to direct the staff to include the increasing the size of the main water line at Tall Oaks Pool in the 2025 capital improvement plan.
Second. Can we do them? We suspended the rules. We suspended the rules.
We suspended the rules.
Can we do them at the end?
We suspended the
We
rules.
suspended the rules, so can you do them at the, can we save that and do all the motions at the end? Right now, we're just doing the discussion.
Can you do a
You want,
collective?
you want to do a collective at the end? Happy to do it that way. If it moves life along,
Because we suspended the rules.
Yeah, you can't.
that's fine. Just trying to get through.
Yeah.
Anything else on this? I saw Mr. Cummins' hand up.
As we're crafting motions, if we put something into the CIP, there's a commitment to do it. Tonight's exercise was generally, do we want to price it out for decision-making later? And the only reason I want to raise that issue is you're going to get a reserve study that's going to have a whole rejiggered idea of what we need to be thinking about for the next 5 years and where a pumper thing, that's something, do you want to decide it tonight or do it with the rest of the capital discussion? Happy to price out whatever you want for that.
So what items would the reserve study dramatically change from the ones that we're going to be addressing? Can we identify that so we can prioritize the conversation?
That's a really great question. I'm not sure that the reserve study will touch on any of these. The reserve study is not going to comment on a water line that runs under the road. It's not going to do that.
Right.
So if we put something in the CIP, right? Peter, or the staff are going to bring it back to us. We can take things out of the CIP the entire budget process. You can do it in September, October, November. Just because it goes in doesn't mean it stays in.
Right.
So in theory, could all of these just go in the CIP?
Based on the staff comments, I'm not sure they all need to go into the CIP.
I want to get a clarification.
I want to get a clarification on where the improvement stands. And some of them, like this one, ought to go in the CIP. And whether it goes in the CIP for 25 or 26, I'm open to listening, but I'd like to have a number. If the board will recall, I sent the board a memo. And the memo said, we're not going to have any major capital improvements for the next 3 to 5 years. And so the time to catch up on this kind of improvement, which someone might consider to be operational, right? I get it. That the time to take care of these kind of items is now, when we don't have a major pool reconstruction coming at us. And so that's why these were suggested, was let's get them done. Let's get all these lingering problems taken care of now, so that when the time comes for us to do a major improvement of one of our pools, a redo of one of our pools, we're not getting nagged by, hey, what about the water main at Tall Oaks? That's the strategic thought process here. This is not a matter of nitpicking staff. It's, hey, let's pick these things up now, low-hanging fruit, when we don't have a major pool renovation or a major other capital improvement hanging over our head.
I think the challenge for me is I viewed, when I did look at these recommendations, on its surface, I did view it as like, okay, there are improvements to be made at the pool. Yes, potentially this is something I would like to talk through and get further detail on pricing. But as we have now started to go through this exercise, I don't see where this ends. If we hand select pool tiles for each bathhouse as a as a board, where does that end? Where do we have to open up the entire work plan for our facilities team and craft their day agenda to get it done? I understand there's really good will behind what this board is looking at on this page. These are improvements across our facilities that we do believe we need to maintain in order to have a good experience for all our membership. That general premise is the right thing we should be thinking about. But I think it's really tough for me to swallow going through line after line after line about ensuring that this tile is included in a particular bathhouse. I'm hopeful that our facilities, our lifeguards, our Parks and Recs department, our SLT, I am hopeful that they can see the green on this and start to get the concept that, hey, if we're not including these already in the broader plan, they should be. I know we could force their hand to do so, but I really am hoping that we don't have to take that type of initiative. And that means they don't have to price it out, and that means that they still can do it without pricing it out because it's part of their daily jobs to do it.
Mr. President,
and to add to that, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Travis, I'll come to you next.
But there were no rules. I thought I could talk.
We can just talk.
So to continue, thank you for speaking up, Jennifer.
Can you speak up a bit louder?
I wish I could. I'm speaking right into. I'm eating my microphone right now. This list is great. I appreciate and I applaud the effort that it took to create this list, John. I really do. But from my perspective, this is one person's assessment of all of these items, and I feel like all of these should be part of a more comprehensive plan and part of a more comprehensive assessment that's conducted by maintenance and then priced out as part of a collective that way, and just not individually as budget items.
Agreed.
So my perspective on that is that they have to go in the CIP.
I'm sorry?
They would have to go in the CIP. And so what we're doing right now is looking at them and saying, yeah, we think it's warranted as to ask staff to consider putting it in the CIP. And that means that we're doing it off cycle. That's the decision point that I'm looking at here. Is it worth having staff put this in the CIP? When we get the CIP, then we get to figure out whether it gets to stay in the CIP or not. That's where I am.
Can I provide some context from the discussion of fiscal? First of all, we were asked to look at those specific items and make a judgment as to whether they should be in the budget or not. The committee as a whole found that the vast majority, except for the zero entry pool, probably are already in somebody's schedule. And it was, although we didn't make a specific recommendation, it was an understanding that these would be referred to central service facilities.
Right.
To essentially make an assessment of the timing of the correction. It's not that these were bad. They're great
Well,
ideas.
and
Thank you
just
very
remember,
much
the
for
ones
making
we're
them.
talking about right now did not go to fiscal.
Right.
But yes, from what Bob is saying, the ones that did go to fiscal, they said no, not because they didn't believe in them. They said no because they felt staff had given them the indication that they were operational and they take care of them.
And the other issue, as the committee understands, CIP is $5,000 and more. A lot of these projects are nowhere near 5,000.
Well, a water main is more than 5,000.
I'm not
it's way
saying
more.
that a specific one isn't. I'm just saying that in general, they are not CIP. They're maintenance. They're maintenance.
So
You have to
this-
have adequate water in order.
The splash pad at Uplands Pool is the next one on the list. It's currently broken. I don't know whether it goes in a CIP or goes in an operational budget. Last time we had a splash pad broken, it went in a CIP. So
$5,000?
Unless,
Is the repair more than $5,000?
the last one was.
Peter,
So
do you-
I would, staff need to determine whether it needs to go in a CIP or not, and that's what I would direct on that one is, it's broken, it needs to be fixed. Could they get to it this year? Does it go into CIP?
So just quick on the
Something.
uplands issue, the controls are not broken, they're old. One of the issues with the uplands equipment is that once someone presses the button, the pressure needs to build before the water comes up. So this is, to me, a service level issue.
Right.
Are we the Hershey Park splash pad, or are we RA? I just want to make it clear that it's not broken.
Right.
But it would not be a less than $5,000 expense. It would be over 5,000.
So replacing that control is more than 5,000.
Correct.
So if we were going to do it, we would want it to be in the CIP.
Correct.
So we have 28 and 29 that are headed to the CIP. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's the motion I'll make when we come out of here. The upland pools is proposed to be resurfaced in 2026, so it should be in the
You
CIP
will
for
see it, that's
2026. So I don't need to make that motion. I'm sorry.
I do not share the idea that we as a board need to override staff in when the pool gets resurfaced because it doesn't look as pretty as it should.
I'm not.
That's what they said is that it is due in 2026. So we're just saying, then we expect it to be in the CIP for 2026
Right, we do.
That's what staff said.
Our CIP is multi-year, it's
What's
4 or
a-
5 years.
right.
So I will expect to see that in the CIP for 2026. So there's no need for any action by the board on that.
So there's no action.
I'm not going to propose action. The next item was the Lake Newport bathhouse floor. It's peeling, it's uneven, and I'm being told, at least according to the staff, we're not going to do anything with it for 6 years, 5 years. I think that needs to be accelerated because that's our premier pool. And for those of you who are at the 60th anniversary, you saw the condition of the floor of that pool. And that, I just think we need to get a price on it and fix it.
So if we're already doing major repairs at Newport next year, which
Just included there.
Chris, right, so I'm fine with upping, we would be requesting to up this from 2029 to something sooner than that. I would be fine, since we're already doing major renovations, to ask staff to include something like this.
Item 32, moving on, is, I'm told they're going to fix it at the end of this year. That's fine. Item 26, I'm sorry, 33, forgive me. That was 32, this is 33. The only question I have on this is, there's an inventory of umbrellas. I get that, but what I was getting feedback on from members were those larger umbrellas. Are they more than $5,000?
They're called super umbrellas, yes, they would be more than
And they're more than $5,000?
Yes.
And do we have an inventory of those, or do we need to add to the inventory of those?
For that size, we would have to add, yes.
So can you come back to us with some kind of suggestion as to what we would do in a
So,
CIP?
John, with all due respect, do we really want to get down to the level of telling them which umbrellas to buy and what to buy and what sort of concrete, which part of the concrete patch they need to repair?
Mr. President, you want an answer, or is this a rhetorical?
No, it's both, because we're getting so much into the minutiae. I'm with Trevor here. With all due respect, where are we going to stop? How far down the weeds do we want to go on these
When
things?
we get to number 36.
Well, all we're deciding now is a price, asking for pricing.
I mean, we just had a fiscal committee that came
We
with a
don't have to-
recommendation.
And I'm
so-
sorry, but the fiscal committee is not this board, and I'm not delegating my
Fiscal
responsibility
committee
to the
did
fiscal
not
committee.
This didn't go to
review
fiscal.
this group.
But
We have 3 more, guys. We can do it. We can make it.
Good.
Oversized umbrella.
34 is fine, 33 is fine, 35. This is a problem that's been at this pool since it opened. I think that makes it 30 years.
Sure.
Taking out that step and replacing it with a ramp is going to cost more than $5,000. Is there a reason why it can't be in next year's CIP?
My only comment on this
did
is
you read the
that
comment? Yeah.
it's just we tend to do this from time to time. We did it this spring. I can't remember where it was, but we can grind down steps if we want to. I'm just not sure it's a capital item. That was my only comment.
Well, it may be necessary that you have to repave it as a ramp in order to satisfy the ADA. So that's why I'm asking, can we get a price on this to eliminate that tripping hazard that's been there for 30 years?
But doesn't the comment say it's not a major item, it can be taken care of as part of maintenance? So,
Director Dodd, I'm trying to communicate the idea here that it is in fact a major maintenance item if you have to re-pour or recreate a ramp
so
after
you're
you've taken out a
saying that
stand.
you know better than the staff what is a CIP item and what is a maintenance item?
I'm
And I
working
would
off
disagree
of,
with
I'm
that.
working off the staff advisory that it's that the threshold for a capital item is $5,000. And I'm suggesting to you that grinding down that step and repaving it with a ramp, a slope, is more than $5,000. And I see Mr. Lush nodding up and down that it is. So that if we're going to get this 20-year-old problem fixed, it needs to be part of the CIP.
Let's just move through this, because at the end of the day, we
I'm
could
sorry.
just vote no to John. And then he spoke his piece. So 36.
36, do we have some idea about when this boat ramp exercise is going to be done?
I don't. I just thought it was a good idea to include that if we're going to look at the site holistically one day, to include it in that conversation.
So what do you want to do with that one? What is the thought on that one?
This parking lot is unsafe for people
Right.
with families. And the
So
idea.
you want to price it out in the
Yeah.
CIP or not?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that takes us through all of the recommendations that were not sent to the fiscal committee. So I make a motion to enter back into
So-
regular order. I need a second.
Second.
I'm sorry. There were a couple of other pool items on the next page
The next page,
that had no fiscal committee recommendation.
it does have, I'm not seeing another second page, it doesn't have a fiscal committee. I think you're looking at a different version than I am, and so let's,
39. item 39, item 40, item 41.
So
item
I guess,
42,
since we're still
item 43.
in suspended, question for Jennifer. It says fiscal recommendation NA. Does that mean that they did not review it or that they're saying we don't know?
So the answer to that question is that these were member suggestions that the board decided not to refer to the fiscal committee.
So 39 through 45 are ones that are still lingering for comment.
Yes, the board wanted to bring them back tonight without sending them to fiscal.
I rescind my motion. Continue.
Let's continue.
So my question is on, several of these comments are redundant of other comments that were made earlier. But a couple of them relate to improving the lighting at many of our bathhouses. The specific bathhouses are noted. Is improving the lighting a more than $5,000 item at any of our bathhouses such that it would need to be in the CIP?
It would really depend. The technical answer is if we're just replacing a light bulb, no. If we have to run new wiring, perhaps. I think the real answer here would be to, because there's some very specific bathhouses that are mentioned, would be if we were going to put a CIP item in there, it would be to look at all the lighting in all of the bathhouses and make necessary adjustments.
Okay. So that might be a better way of getting some answer.
So wait, pricing out, not pricing out. See, I just need, what are we doing?
I think I think the one that captures that thought the best is item 42. Unless somebody else has something else. I think the other ones are redundant of issues we've already talked about, unless I've missed something.
No.
So to close out the circle, 39, 40, and 41, and 45 do not have comments from you. Joe, only 42, and then we'd be done with this exercise? 45. So 39, 40, 41, and 45, you do not have comments on those items, correct?
Because they're redundant, right?
Just want to confirm.
I think they're redundant.
They're redundant.
So the only one that you spoke on was on 42, and that's the only one that you care to make a motion out of this. Okay.
That's right.
I motion to return back into regular order. I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We're back. Robert's rules.
Okay, so Mr. President, I'm going to move that the board direct the staff to price out the following items. Item 28, this is on board member items. Item 28, item 29, item 31, item 35, item 36, and going over to a member suggestion, item 42.
Second.
Seconded. Discussion.
I'm sorry, can you just read that list again? 28,
Certainly,
29.
happy to. It's item 28, item 29, item 31, item 35, item 36, and on the member suggestions, item
Right.
42.
Thank you.
And I have a second, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if there's further
Thank you.
discussion.
Did that answer your question?
It did, yes, thank you.
Any other discussion on this?
Yeah, just for the record, I do think there's a lot of, I want to commend you for doing the work of going out to the community, for finding all of these things, for making them known, for bringing them to the board's attention, for bringing them to staff's attention. My no vote will not be in any way an indication of that these aren't important, or that these don't matter, or that this work was silly or not in the right place. So I want to make that abundantly clear. However, I will be voting against the motion because I do believe that staff has an approach to this, that these are not traditional budget items at the level of detail that we should be assessing, and that we should be taking these seriously. But I do believe in the comments that we are and can put together a plan that will address all, if not more, of these in the future. So anyway, that's just
Last word.
Here, here.
Did you have a comment?
I reserve the last word if somebody else has anything to speak to.
Is there any other comments? Okay.
So this is a motion to add, to price it for potential addition to the CIP. This is not a board budget item. It's trying to get ahead of the curve. So I'd appreciate the votes of the members of the board.
All right, we ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
This is to price them up.
The price.
For the CIP.
Price amount for the CIP.
We have Director Flashman, Director Farrell, Director Juszczyk in the aye. Those against, say no. Say aye, say nay.
No.
We
Nay.
have Dodd, Johnson, myself, Garwatch. How do you vote, Director Santa?
Abstain.
Abstained.
341, the motion fails.
The motion fails. Thank you very much. Is there anything else we need to discuss on this line item on the agenda?
I believe so. So coming out of tonight, there was a motion to price out the zero entry pool at Newport with looking at all the other considerations, around going into that. So we will add that to the list. I believe that makes the final list 15 suggestions overall. And so in your next, when we get to the August meeting, we'll have all of those and then priced out.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion for the scoping out of the Parks and Recs? Because I think Jennifer's motion was only to the first bullet, not the second bullet.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The first motion that was made in regards to this item was in regards to the zero entry. And this body has not made a motion to the scope of the work of the timeline of the Parks and Rec plan. So I'm asking my peers, do we want to make that a motion? The second bullet.
The Parks and Rec plan. So I wanted to ask a question for staff, I think, before I would make a motion on that. So the Parks and Rec plan is something that you want to do. I understand that. Is it something that you're looking to say, oh, staff's going to take this up and we're going to bring you back what a Parks and Rec plan should look like? Are you looking for a consultant to do that? What is the, can you describe it a little bit to us?
Can I have 3 minutes? Okay, so the reason I thought that a park master plan might be helpful in Reston is because every day on my commute, I drive by the Twin Branches recreation area. If you're not familiar, it's on the corner there when you go by the pool. And every day I drive by it, and it's not well utilized. It's sort of a mishmash of a small baseball field, a volleyball court, and a basketball court, and there's a weird fence that we're not taking. Well, we just put in some black fencing, but my point is that we could be doing more with that property. When we talk about things like this, and I'll use pickleball as a good example, we as an association, I don't think, have a great way of evaluating what to do with things if we're trying to change the use. We had a proposal from staff a few months ago. He came to me and said, why don't we do this, this, and this at that rec area? And I said, we can't just do those things. We need a reason for doing that. So a lot of topics come up and through budget suggestions and throughout the year where we would look to a parks plan to say, this is how we evaluate. We have a community survey that could inform that plan that would tell us, here's what we need. And we could all come to sort of an agreement on this is our plan moving forward and this is how we would evaluate either change of use or adding new amenities and things like that. It would have to be consultant work. No one on staff is qualified to draft a park master plan for us. With these types of plans, it's sort of a get what you pay for. So if we spent $50,000, we would get some kind of plan. If we spent $500,000, we'd get a completely different plan. But I do think it's a worthwhile investment for Reston, just given that we live and work in basically a big park. And would be worthwhile. It'd be worth the time and effort over the course of a year or so to do that work, to be able to inform those types of decision points for the board. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Just as part 2 of that is we are due to come back to the board and likely will for the August 21st meeting with criteria for what a parks master plan would look like. That was a motion that was made during the Barton Hill conversation.
So then I think our options are, we consider doing a parks master plan that's outsourced, or we find another home for these playground member comments that we have before us. Because I don't remember hearing in a previous meeting that we oppose these playground member comments, but we need to figure out what to do with these member comments.
So, Mr. President, the last time I attended a PrAC meeting, which was the meeting before last, PrAC has taken it on to themselves to engage in a review of all of our playgrounds. we have far more playgrounds that are owned by clusters than are owned by RA, and I hope in the process of doing that, they incorporate not only the RA playgrounds, but the cluster playgrounds, since cluster playgrounds tend to be open to the general public. So it would strike me that those suggestions or those comments about playgrounds are best forwarded to PrAC, because they've already taken the bit in their mouth and asked them to look at those issues.
They're already there.
Go ahead.
They already went to PrAC, right? We forwarded them to PrAC?
They did. PrAC reviewed them, and PrAC's, and Izzy helped me here, but PrAC's recommendation was that they would be folded into a planning exercise of some kind.
To be clear, only some of them made
Sure.
them, because it was only the ones that were available when we met in PrAC, and there were about 9 of them, or 12, 9 or 12. You know me, I'm realistic here. I don't think volunteer work can create a master Parks and Rec plan. And if we were to do that burden to volunteers, we would need an army in order to get it done in a timetable where at least the generation of kids that is here can see a visible change. So I'm going to make a motion that staff look at, you know how I feel about consultants, so I'm going to put an asterisk into that you look into what a master plan would cost, and that you provide that to the board by November. So it ties through the budget. When do we have to do the budget?
In November, so.
By October. I need a second.
I need a second.
Travis.
I'm seconding it.
It's Director Johnson second.
So we're discussing that motion?
Yes.
So by that motion, we would be saying Reston Association is not equipped to deal with these member comments without hiring outside consultants in addition to all the staff that we have.
Not necessarily as I
Well,
am,
that's,
but I would.
I mean, it's a bit of a devil's advocate position, but it sounds like fundamentally that's what we're saying.
I don't view it that way, if I may.
Please.
I think some of the recommendations in the playground world were, hey, there's a lot of tot lots. What is the future of Parks and Rec gonna look like? And there's active aging as well. Like, to me, when I think now of a playground, I think like, could bocce ball be included in a playground? That's something that PrAC has talked about. Like, can we use these spaces where it's not just 5 to 14, it encompasses a multi-use for multiple people that live in this community. So I honestly think we need big dreamers, and I'm not saying the volunteers can't do that. I'm not saying the staff can't do that, but it'll take forever. And if we really want Reston to transform and live to its times, I don't think we have the manpower or bandwidth to do it, unless, Peter, you want to dispute me.
I don't.
No, because I wanted to send that back to Peter, because Peter, you got a wealth of experience in this whole area. And so what you're telling us is that the other duties you have in your position with Reston Association are so extensive that you're not able to add doing a master plan of parks onto that.
That's one way to put it. I would also just add that
You don't have the right resources to do that.
I just don't know if I'm not qualified to
You're not the
write a parks master plan. That's a different skill set. It's a planning skill set. Mac might be able to do it, but I would think a consultant can walk us through, as Izzy said, planning to the future. That would be the point.
That's the way I read it. Director
No, I
Johnson, you have your
appreciate
hand up.
I do. Thank you. I don't think we should be afraid of getting a consultant. I know, there are folks in the community who hear consultants and think that we're just throwing money at projects for no reason. But I don't think there's a problem with us recognizing that we don't necessarily have the skill set on hand to accomplish a task, and we need to reach out to get it done for the betterment of the community.
Thank you.
It seems perfectly fine.
Thank you. The motion is on the table for getting Director Juszczyk.
So I'm on the fence on this one because I actually think that RA should have the expertise in-house to do a parks master plan. I think it's one of the biggest things that we provide to the community. And I think from a member standpoint, I've always relied on staff to do the research and to find the new cool things that we need to do. I think that's why, pickleball came our way, and, we had some, rockiness because of pickleball, but pickleball came our way because staff were doing that research for us. And I just know that I've seen staff say, we look at surveys, we have all these different data points where we review what is new and upcoming recreational facilities within RA. And so I hear what staff are saying, but I also feel like we should have that expertise in-house. And maybe that's the better direction to go if we don't.
So that would mean proposing an additional staff position?
Then we'd have it for the long term versus the short term.
While we're still discussing, in the ability to provide a complete assessment through this pricing, is it possible to look at kind of alternative views to just the consultancy, look at a full-time position, as well as looking at what they would mean, and maybe what a scaled-down version in-house would potentially be?
Right, and
options.
As Mr. Lusk already said, a $50,000 consultant plan is different from a $500,000. So having different price points and an idea of what you think functionally would be the difference in the work product we'd be receiving at those different price points. Otherwise, I don't know how to make this assessment.
Director Johnson, I saw your hand up. Did you have something, or are you done?
He did, and I was going to say something along the lines of what Director Grywacz just said, was that it would be fantastic if what we look at are multiple options and not just a single source. Because I think that that's a problem that we've had in the past, particularly with Barton Hill, is we saw a single option and didn't go from there. And we really need to have the capability to look at the problem holistically. If that means that we need to hire someone in-house who can do that on a regular basis, or if we can hire a consultant to do it as a one-off. Either way, we need to have someone who's going to look at the problem holistically and not just as a single issue.
Okay, thank you. Since we had a motion, I believe it was seconded.
By
Do
Travis.
you want to amend that motion, or?
Do you want to amend the motion?
Or we can rephrase it.
So did your motion include?
Did not include the word options.
Can we amend that motion?
Sure, I'm happy.
I would like
Somebody
to
has to make-
propose and see if we can get a unanimous affirmation to amend that motion to include pricing a range of options that would formulate a plan.
Second.
Okay. Are there any objections to that amendment? Do I hear unanimous without objection? Thank you. So the motion on the table is Director Santos' original motion plus the words looking at different options between consultants and in-house and various cost benefit. All those in favor say aye. We have Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, Santa. It's unanimous. It would be 18.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Director Juszczyk. So those against? It would be 7-1. Motion passes. Thank you. Did you want to talk about resolution going to executive session?
Mr. President, regarding item K, Operations Resolution 17, I'd ask for unanimous consent that that item be put over into executive session.
Second.
Any objections?
Sorry, which matter are we looking at moving?
The resolution.
Item K. Yeah. Any objections All right, without, I don't hear any objections, approved. Motion passes. Believe we are ready for executive session. Does the board favor a 5-minute recess for any kind of activity, 10 minutes? Should we Yes.
Yep. So move to
Wait.
convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson?
Sorry, I'm on mute.
No problem. That's unanimous. We'll go into executive session.
Hi, this is Ed Vroom, Reston Association's Chief Financial Officer with the July financial update covering. Hi, this is Ed Vroom, Reston Association's Chief Financial Officer with the July financial update covering actuals through June of 2024. Moving to the dashboard, for the period ending June 30th, 2024, the association's cash position remains strong. Revenue is slightly above budget, about $25K. It is above last year due to the higher assessment, with other revenues down because of the free rec passes this year. Operating expenses are $235K or 2.4% below budget as the association continues to recruit for open budgeted positions, and non-people costs are also slightly underrunning the budget. A little more detail on revenues here. Again, revenues up versus last year primarily due to the assessments. Interest and dividends are up, and fees are down versus last year due to better collections. Rec and other revenues are just slightly below budget, and rec, in particular aquatics, is down compared to last year due to the free rec passes. Functionally, people costs are 2.4% below budget and 15% above last year, while non-people costs are 2.4% below budget and 24% over last year. Non-people costs have been impacted by unbudgeted anti-casino advocacy costs, recruiting costs, and by additional outsourced IT and pool maintenance costs due to staffing vacancies, which more than offset the higher non-people costs. Collectively, department operating expenses are 18% above the same period last year, but they are 2.4% below the budget. Some departments, such as natural areas and computer support, are underrunning due to staffing vacancies. Operations is up due to the unbudgeted advocacy expenses, and aquatics is up due to increased hours, lifeguard salaries, and facility repair expenses. Moving to capital, as of the end of June, RA had a total of restricted cash and investments of $6.76 million, $6.4 million in the RRF funds and $368K in CARF funds. To date in 2024, a total of $1.9 million has been spent, with an estimated additional $2.76 million in budgeted projects to be completed in 2024 and beyond. The projected variance to budget increased to an underrun of $389K, with the primary change this month being the cancellation of the RA headquarters carpet replacement. It was determined that was not necessary or a good use of funds due to the lease ending in 2030. Looking at the balance sheet, cash available to fund operations and meet current and future capital project needs remains quite strong. Unrestricted cash totaled $11.3 million as of the end of June, up $681K compared to this time last year. Restricted cash compared of RRF and CARF cash and investments The cap fund and deferred compensation totaled $11.4 million, which is $158K above this time last year. Accounts receivable is down $450K versus last year due to stronger collections. Capital assets grew by $3.27 million, net of accumulated depreciation on a year-over-year basis, as the association acquired new assets, replaced existing capital assets, and renewed essential amenities. Except for the lease on the headquarters building, RA has no external long-term debt. The association's short-term debt consists of accounts payable and accrued expenses associated with its personnel costs. Thank you very much, and that is the end of the July CFO report covering RA's financials through the end of June 2024.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kara O'Donnell, Director of Communications and Community Engagement for Reston Association. And on behalf of my team, we are very excited to bring you a sneak peek of the long-awaited new Reston Association website. So let's dive right in, and I will share my screen. Here we go. All right, and here we have the new homepage for the new website. You have your main navigation bars across the top of the page that indicate the main areas of focus for the organization. A fun feature is the How Do I button, where we've tried to anticipate some of our members' main questions for this site. For example, how do I find a list of RA facilities? You just click on Find Parks and Facilities, and it will bring up that listing. And you can sort by facility type, number of people, what have you. We're continuing to build out the How Do I content based on some of those top questions. Now, going back to the homepage, this big news widget is where we can locate that big information that we want to alert the membership. In this case, encourage them to sign up to receive updates from RA and collect that member data. We can also carousel through several headlines here if we have multiple things that we want to alert members to quickly. Just below, you'll see these circular navigational buttons, and we researched the top visited pages from our old site, the things our members came to us for the most, and we made these readily accessible right off the bat. Scrolling down to our news section, these are just the most recent news stories for RA to give members a quick glance at those news items for the organization. And then our goal is to have new content on here at least weekly, so there's always something new to see. Continuing down the page brings us to the community calendar. We're obviously still populating these pages, but just to give you a general idea, content can be searched either by RA meetings, that's our board meetings, committees, working groups, public hearings, or by events, which brings you to any of the events we have with descriptors here on the right side. We continue down with some fast facts just to break things up a little bit. And then this bottom content block includes a few items we wanted to pull out for a little extra attention. Things like the opportunities to get involved, either through committees or volunteer projects or event support, what have you. Two other things I wanted to point out to you as features on the homepage is this translation feature at the bottom that easily translates the site into a number of different languages. For instance, I can click on Spanish, go there, and then the entire site is immediately translated into Spanish. So I will go back to English here to continue. And then at the very top of the page, you may have noticed this big black bar at the top. That is an example of our emergency alert banner. Now, this will work for RA very well to announce things like those unscheduled pool closures, like you see here, or perhaps weather-related event cancellations. It's a way we can really alert the members quickly, and that can also be shared via text or email. So let's go back up to the top and dig a little deeper into the features of the site. If we click on the Governance tab and go to the Board of Directors page, you'll see your page right here, but a big new feature is when we click on the board agendas and minutes. This is my favorite part. We go to the page and you see it is much more nicely organized than the old one, and all of the agenda minutes, packets, what have you, is all stored right here within the site. no more Dropbox. This is going to be replicated for our board committees, any or type of meeting that has that kind of agenda setting or minutes associated with it. What's more, these packets are searchable by keyword, date range, etc. It'll be much easier for our members to find the information they're looking for. Now, one goal we had with this site was really increasing transparency, and we're going to show you a few ways of doing that. But first, we wanted our members to see that when they contact us, they know exactly who they are contacting. So let's go to the aquatics page, for example, and then here on the right-hand side, you see exactly who to contact by name for aquatics programming or facility questions. And we plan to have content columns like this on all of our main landing pages with names and titles so that people know their message or query is going to a person and not just to some random inbox. Another way to increase that communication is through our request forms. We're still building these forms out and we will have them for a variety of different member issues. But let's look at one for an example. Say someone wants to appeal a DRB decision. So let's go back to that. How do I submit and a design review board appeal request? You see this little pop-up window, that's for ADA accessibility purposes. And then it brings you directly to the form. It's pretty basic. You fill it out, you hit submit, and then it is immediately routed to the proper department. We also have a new opinion poll feature. This is a way we can kind of get a pulse of what the members are thinking on a particular issue before we would enter into a more precise voting type of scenario. To show you an example, let's go back to that How Do I page and go to submit my opinion on. And here we've created a sample poll on, well, the opinion poll feature. And as you can see, you have the opportunity to create several questions in a poll, either a yes/no type of response or a simple multiple choice answer. Again, let me stress, this is for very general pulse check types of polling. It's not meant to be an extended member-specific type of option, as anyone visiting our site could take this poll should they desire to do so. And finally, you told us you wanted a way for our members to communicate with each other. And we've created that opportunity through the community voice. This section of the site, which is only visible at this time to those with predetermined login access, and that's to help with quality control. For example, we're thinking cluster presidents could get to this messaging feature, and this is where they could pose questions or polls to their counterparts, something along the lines of, hey, we're researching new playground equipment for our cluster common area. Has anyone else priced this out? And then other clusters could respond with their recommendations. Our strong advice for this feature is to keep it limited in access scope. As in this day of bots and internet trolls, it's very easy for a comment section like this to get out of control very quickly. Without the resources to be monitoring 24/7, 365, or the chance to have comments reviewed before they would go live, we've consulted with our designers and with our Covenants department and believe that limiting access of this particular feature to cluster presidents encourages the dialogue that we've heard is desired, but still maintains the quality of the feature. So let's go back to the home page. And just to give you a note, all of the images are going to be updated seasonally with new fresh pictures. And as I mentioned, that news content will be updated at least weekly to give that dynamic content that keeps people coming back to the site. And of course, it's important to remember that this is just the beginning. This site is meant to grow, and we're already exploring some additional modules and resources to improve the site in coming years and be always responsive to those member needs. I do have to take a moment to thank Sean Duckett, who is our website and digital marketing manager, for being the one who is really the guy in the trenches of the building this site and the one responsible for creating all of these different resources with the goal of engaging our members. Thank you very much for your time, and we are excited to share this long-awaited site with the RA membership.
Hello, this is Joe and Saeed from the Reston Association Technology Department. We are pleased to provide you with an update on the activities related to the use and support of information technology at the Reston Association. Today, we're providing you with updates on the new website, our recent selection of our IT managed service provider, technology recently put in place to support parks and recreation, our next-gen information technology, and an update on the support that we provide to Reston Association and our members. Since the approval by the board in December of 2023, we've made great progress on the new website. Once completed and deployed, the new website will greatly enhance the members' ability to engage the staff with services that they receive. Thus far, the overall design has been completed and content and forums are being created. Testing and training is also currently underway, and we're targeting to deploy the new site after Labor Day in September. The IT managed service provider is an integral part of the IT service delivery that we provide to the association staff and our members. In October of 2023, we issued a request for proposal to 6 IT service providers. After a careful selection process that included members from the board's IT committee, Red River was selected to provide the services defined in our RFP. The new service has been in place since April of this year and has given us the ability to provide improved IT support through the combined efforts of our Reston Association IT staff and the managed service provider. To help ensure a high degree of service quality, the new contract also includes incentivized service levels. As we also want to provide improvements of the services as we go forward, Red River can also provide additional technology automation and services as the need arises.
To better serve our members and visitors, Parks and Recreation received a major upgrade of its technology. Changes include the installation of Wi-Fi for Parks and Recreation staff at all 15 pools, new laptops, mobile devices, and payment devices. This enables the staff to provide pool passes, operate concessions, and register visitors on sites. Payments for goods and services can now be made through a variety of electronic payment methods. Reston Association has been moving off of its data center and into the cloud for all the Microsoft Office services. These services include not only the Office products, but also voice, file, and data storage. This reduces both cost and risk. In the second quarter, the migration of directory services for 150 accounts was completed, marking the final step in the migration to the Microsoft Cloud. We are currently planning additional enhancements that include cloud-based fax services, migration to Windows 11, a new staff intranet, and member-facing service management. In support of the staff that work at Reston Association, the IT department provides ongoing support and services. In the past quarter, this included provisioning of technology for 38 staff members, seasonal staff, volunteers, and board members, new pass printers for member services, replacement of member services computers, installation of new cloud-based digital signage system, and desktop computers for the headquarters conference rooms. In all of the IT team and our managed service provider received and responded to 504 service requests since April of 2024.
To coordinate the plans for the use of technology at Reston Association, the IT team maintains an overall schedule. This schedule is coordinated with members of the senior leadership team and staff and is also used to inform the budget planning process. The plan is also used to communicate the current plans with the board's IT committee throughout the year. We are excited to continue to provide technology support services and tools to our staff and members. Have a great summer, and we'll talk to you next quarter.
Hi, I am Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration here at Reston Association, and I am pleased to share with you DRB 101, which is intended to provide a high-level overview of the Reston Association Design Review Board and its process. Reston Association has had a design review board in several ways since inception. The Design Review Board is an independent agency, which in layman's terms means the DRB operates separately from the Reston Association and is not directly under the control of the Reston Association Board of Directors. We'll get into some examples of that later in the presentation. The DRB has a specific mandate to interpret, administer, and render decisions on applications for properties which are subject to the Reston deed. All powers vested within the DRB are granted by the Reston Association amended deed. In the RA deed, the objectives for design covenants are twofold. One, to promote those qualities in the environment which bring value to the property, and two, to foster the attractiveness and functional utility of the community as a place to live, including harmonious relationship amongst structures, vegetation, and topography. While the Design Review Board is responsible for rendering decisions on applications, they are not able to act as an enforcer. Reston Association is ultimately responsible for the enforcement of the decisions made by the Design Review Board. One unique aspect the deed stipulates is that RA is required to provide adequate funding and staff support for DRB operations. RA does so through the Covenants Administration Department. We have 20 full-time employees which help support either directly or indirectly the DRB and the protective covenants of the association. To be a member of the Design Review Board, you must be a Class A member, meaning you must own property within Reston Association. There are a total of 9 positions on the DRB, with each member generally serving a 3-year term. Each DRB member submits a volunteer application, is interviewed, and is ultimately appointed by the RA Board of Directors. In addition to being a Class A member, there are certain criteria that must be met to serve on the DRB. 6 of the 9 positions must be design professionals, meaning they must be a licensed architect, licensed landscape architect, or a land use planner, and have a higher education degree in one of those fields. 3 of the 9 positions need not be a design professional, as previously described, but volunteers can have any type of background. The DRB are unpaid volunteers. There is no compensation nor reimbursement for their licenses or continuing education. The current makeup of the DRB is as follows. We have 4 active architects, 1 planner, 1 landscape architect holding the design professional positions, and for lay members, we have a legal manager, a retired architect, and a civil engineer. We thank them for their continued service to Reston Association. One important aspect of the DRB process is understanding the difference between design guidelines and cluster standards. Design guidelines are ultimately the responsibility of Reston Association's Board of Directors. The design guidelines establish what level of review a modification requires and certain guidance on what is acceptable at that review level. The DRB has a responsibility to interpret the design guidelines and administer them. However, they can only propose to the board changes to the design guidelines, and per resolution, the DRB is required to review the design guidelines every 5 years. Members are encouraged to participate and provide feedback similarly to how the RA board operates. Cluster standards are specific to all sub-associations in Reston Association. They are intended to cover popular, basic, or unique elements within a association. Cluster standards started with the builder original design. Cluster standards are the responsibility of each cluster or condo association within Reston Association. Those association leaders are responsible for creating the standard, submitting the application, and disseminating the standard to their membership. Reston Association's covenant staff is responsible for keeping the record of the decisions and assisting members or the association leadership with questions or navigating the application process. Often, when there is a DRB-approved cluster standard, the design guideline may not require an application to be submitted. So clusters are always encouraged to submit or update cluster standards to assist their membership in potentially not being required to submit an application. It is important to note the presence of a cluster standard does not always equate to no application being required. Members must consult both the cluster standard and the applicable design guideline to confirm. An example of this would be for fences. If a cluster has a standard fence design that is approved by the DRB, members must still submit an application to replace fences. This is for many reasons, which include ensuring members are installing the fence within the boundaries of their own lot. As mentioned in the prior slide, Resident Association's design guidelines establish what level of review and modification requires, and certain guidelines on what is acceptable at that review level. There are not many prescribed do's and don'ts or prohibitions outlined in the design guidelines. They are in fact just that, guidelines. Instead, what the design guidelines do is establish if you do X, there is no application necessary. If you do Y, there is a staff or consultation review. Or if you do anything beyond Z, it requires a panel or full DRB review. As depicted on the screen, you can see there are technically 5 levels of review which the design guidelines support. They are as follows. The lowest level is no application. In this level, the modification does not require application to be submitted. Depending on the design guideline, the applicant may be required to notify the covenants advisor so they may notate the file with the modification. An example of this would be a roof replacement or a color change which conforms to the cluster standard. The next review level is staff review. The application meets the criteria specified in the applicable design guideline, which allows staff to review and provide decisions to the applicants. This is generally the fastest review level, which requires an application which can be completed in less than 5 business days. The next level above is consultation. In this level, staff drafts the suggested decision and submits the application to the assigned DRB member via email or a meeting, and the DRB member either approves with changes, disapproves, or makes a deferral. It is important to note that generally staff does not put decisions which may be disapprovals on this type of review level, as it only delays members going through the process. The next level above is panel. Staff drafts the suggested decision, and a panel of 3 DRB members, 2 design professionals, and 1 layperson review the applications on a weekly basis. Generally, these meetings are on the first, second, and fourth Tuesday of every month at 5:30. Majority of applications processed through RA are reviewed at the panel review level. And the top or highest level of review is the full design review board. At the full DRB, staff does not suggest draft decisions. This review level is generally for much larger or more complex applications or as dictated by the design guideline or a resolution, such as redevelopment projects. This is also the final resting place for appeals of previous level decisions. Before determining review levels in meetings, the covenant staff has to process the application. Once an application is received to the covenant's advisor, the advisor checks if the application is completed and signs the application up to a preliminary sign-up document for the anticipated review level. If the application is complete and not missing any information, the next staff member, the design review meeting administrator, reviews and schedules the application for the next available meeting. When checking for completion of an application, the Covenants team checks the following: the signatures that are required for every application. Every application requires signatures or certified mail notification to 3 properties, or in the case of a cluster, 2 properties and the cluster officer. Photographs, plats, renderings, materials, scope of work, any registered affected parties. The rest and amended deed establishes signature requirement and cannot be revoked without a change to the deed. This requirement is often commented on as problematic by members for many reasons. Covenant staff does check the signatures to ensure signatory of the application is the property owner. Tenants may not sign the applications. Applications with a registered affected party may not be reviewed at the staff or consultation review levels. They must be scheduled to either a panel or a full design review board meeting. Once the application has been confirmed, the applicant and any affected parties receive notice of the meeting date, time, and Zoom credentials, since all DRB meetings are currently held virtually. The DRB receives a copy of each completed application, journal notes for each application being reviewed to include history, circumstance, prior applicable approvals, etc., and a staff suggested decision for consultation and panel meetings. It is important to note the DRB's evaluation of applications could be concurrent but is separate from any review and evaluation from any other governmental entity, meaning unless unique circumstances exist or required by the DRB in their decision, approval or permits from Fairfax County Architectural Review Board or any other governmental entity is not required to be considered by or submitted to the Design Review Board. However, all of the decisions rendered by Resident Association's DRB include a stipulation making members aware of potential for them to seek approval from other agencies. One of the more fascinating facts is that the DRB has an average of approximately 95 meetings per year, which includes consultations, panel, and full board meetings. If there is a need for a work session or other type of meeting, this is not included in that total. Applications are scheduled to meetings on a rolling basis. Though there is standing meeting every Tuesday, submitting the application on a Wednesday afternoon does not equate to making the meeting on Tuesday in the following week. Most consultation or panel meetings have approximately 15 to 25 applications per week, which is solely dependent on the complexity of the request. For example, a complex home addition or multiple registered affected parties can consume almost 1 hour of time. So the DRB does try to limit the number of applications scheduled so the meetings do not go until midnight. Meetings of the full DRB generally will be limited to no more than 5 applications for the same reasons as noted previously. Of course, there are unique circumstances, but as applications are completed and confirmed to a meeting, once the capacity for that meeting is filled, staff will begin scheduling to the next available meeting. For example, using the calendar in the slide, if a member submits an application on Wednesday, July 3rd, some members will imagine they would be able to make the July 9th or July 16th meeting. However, they have missed the notification requirements for the July 9th meeting or could have already been at capacity, and the July 16th meeting is a full DRB meeting, but their deck and fence application does not rise to the level of a full DRB review level. Therefore, they are being scheduled for either the July 23rd or the July 30th meeting, depending on space availability. The summer months are generally the months in which meetings fill up fast. As of now, all DRB meetings are held virtually, as previously noted. Based on the resolution, decisions of the DRB at panel and full DRB are not final until a week after the meeting, when the formal decision letter is sent to the applicant and any registered affected parties. Most DRB applications receive favorable decisions well within the 60-day time frame in which the deed provides the DRB to render a decision on a completed application. Once a decision is rendered and provided to the applicant or affected party, if applicable, there is an opportunity for either party to submit an appeal. Appeals must be made within 7 business days from the date of the decision letter. The emphasis is on the date from the decision letter, not the date of the decision was made. Applications reviewed at panel or full DRB can be appealed by either the applicant or the registered affected party. So here's a breakdown of appeals per review level. For staff decisions, the applicant must submit a written request but does not need to provide a reason. Once received, the request will be scheduled to the next available panel meeting. For consultation decisions, the applicant must submit a written request but does not need to provide misapplied guideline or new information to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available panel meeting. It is worthy of noting the DRB member who rendered the consultation level decision may not vote on the appeal but can participate in the discussion if the application is scheduled to a panel that they are also assigned to. For panel decisions, the applicant or affected party must submit a written request and must provide whether there is a misapplied guideline or new information not available at the original review to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available full DRB meeting. It is worthy of noting all 3 DRB panel members who render the panel level decision may not vote on the appeal, but can participate in the discussion when the appeal is considered by the full design review board, meaning all 9 members. For full DRB decisions, the applicant or affected party must submit a written request and must provide whether there was a misapplied guideline or new information not available at the original review to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available full DRB meeting. It is worthy of noting in decisions all DRB members are eligible to vote on whether or not to accept an appeal or not. If at any level an appeal is accepted, an application is reviewed de novo, as if it were never reviewed before. If an appeal is denied, the original or previous decision stands. It is important to note there is no opportunity for members or affected parties to appeal to the RA Board of Directors. Once an application for appeal underwent the entire due process, the final decision of the DRB rests. There is one exception in cases of a tie vote on an appeal heard by the full Design Review Board only. The appellant may further appeal to the RA Board of Directors within 7 business days of the decision letter. Unlike many other associations across the country, Reston Association has a unique process in which Class A members who are materially impacted can register in advance of the review of the application and request what we call affected party status. The process of registering and criteria for an affected party is described in Resolution 10. Those property owners seeking to register as an affected party must either sign the application and indicate their reason for requesting affected party status within 5 business days, or must request affected party status at least 2 business days prior to the meeting date if reviewed at a panel or full DRB meeting. As previously mentioned, if there is a registered affected party, the application is not eligible for staff or consultation review and must go to a panel or full DRB meeting. Members are not permitted to submit blanket statements to register as an affected party. As such, a member may not request affected party status on any future application submitted for a specific property address. It must be in response to a submitted or pending application. Once an affected party status is approved by the Design Review Board using specific criteria, the affected party has the right to be heard, will be notified of decisions, submitted appeals, or subsequent reviews of the application, and may appeal decisions made by the Design Review Board, as outlined in the earlier portion of this presentation. In 2023, to provide more flexibility, interested party status was created for property owners or members who are not able to register as an affected party or tenants who cannot be affected parties. Similarly, benefits are available to those who request interested party status, with the exception of appealing decisions made by the Design Review Board. That ability is solely for registered affected parties. As mentioned in the previous slide, the Design Review Board has criteria to review eligibility for requests for affected party status. However, the only group the DRB cannot deny affected party status to is the Resident Association Board of Directors. At the December 17, 2020 RA Board of Directors meeting, the board unanimously approved a motion to direct staff to register as an affected party on all applications reviewed at panel or full board. This stemmed from concerns related to ensuring the Design Review Board was making decisions which not only aligned with the design guidelines, but also the DRB-approved cluster standards. As such, the Director of Covenants Administration represents the Reston Association Board of Directors when submitting an affected party statement. The status is very seldom ever used, but when it is due to one of the following reasons. 1. A request of the RA Board of Directors through the CEO. 2. At the discretion of the Covenants Director in cases where there is a clear grounds of misapplied guideline or cluster standard, or new information not available at the time of the original review of the application. Or 3. In consultation with general or special counsel and/or the CEO. Since 2020, the Covenants Director has appealed 3 decisions made by the Design Review Board using the affected party status. All the appeals were accepted, and the applications were reviewed de novo. The DRB is important to the RA community. While one of the more well-known pain points of Reston Association members is going through the Design Review Board process, submitting applications, and waiting for an answer, over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, we believe that the narrative is changing, that the DRB process is not as painful as it used to be, and we continue to evaluate, with the support of the Design Review Board, how to improve members' experience as they navigate the application process. One selling point to the DRB process is that there is a reason the deed requires 6 of the 9 DRB members to be a licensed architect, landscape architect, or planner. And putting it simply, members receive free professional advice and recommendations on their applications because of these requirements. Covenant staff often hears from members that they perceive the DRB process as a benefit as opposed to a detriment, or a group that not always says no. In fact, in 2023, the DRB's record reflects 93% of applications submitted were approved. Since members of the DRB are RA owners, they want to protect the Reston community. Not only do they review projects on individual property, but they also review projects of large scale, such as redevelopment, like in the Reston Town Center North or Tall Oaks Village Center, and applications for all non-residential properties which are on the RA covenanted property. Beyond that, the DRB often works closely to assist members in various ways, including but not limited to serving on their own cluster condominium associations boards or even on the Fairfax County Architectural Review Board, providing support to association members independently with best practices in their respective fields, such as providing appropriate vegetation replacements or meeting with condo or cluster association leaders and assisting them in identifying products available on the market or with their design standards. Thank you so much for giving our team an opportunity to shed some light on the design review board process. This slide provides references to the resources such as the governing documents and resolutions applicable to the process and procedures for the design review board. Additionally, the last bullet provides a direct link where DRB meeting packages and minutes are housed on the RA website. If you have any questions, feel free to call or email cov@reston.org or 703-435-6530.
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters. Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Extend the meeting.
Move to extend the meeting to 11:30 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Mr. President, I move to approve William Pegues, I apologize, Pegues, for the position of chair to the Covenants Committee.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Move to approve Katie Boswell for the position of member to the Elections Committee.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
And move to approve Mary Jo Patterson for the position of board member to the Friends of Reston for Community Projects, Inc. for a term of 3 years.
Is there a second? Aye. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I have one more, Mr. President. Just trying to open my notebook. All right. Move to accept the legal committee recommendations other than the dismissal of PID 18540.
That is part of the recommendation
It is
of the
part of the
committee at this point. Is it not?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Let's do it in two. Let's dismiss that one and then approve the remainder.
Okay. Move to dismiss the legal committee recommendation on PID 18540.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's Dr. Johnson?
Keep going.
Yep, it's unanimous.
And a motion.
No.
Excuse me.
We didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't?
You have to call
I'm
the-
sorry.
you want you to
All
call
those in
the-
favor say aye.
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 All those against? Anybody abstained? Director Santa
Travis is
abstained
abstaining.
and Director Johnson abstained. So that would be 702.
No, 6.
I'm sorry, 602. The motion passes.
Motion to accept the legal committee's recommendations as discussed in executive session.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye. We have Director Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, Parr, Grywacz, and those against and abstained. We have Director Juszczyk, Director 0. Three. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0.
Be 503.
503.
5 to 3.
503. Motion passes. Thank you.
Ready? Mr. President,
Mr. Farrell. Director
I move
Farrell.
that the board adopt Board and Association Operations Resolution Number 17 as amended and presented to the full board during the executive session.
We have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to direct the staff to prepare a plan to implement Resolution Number 17 that was just adopted, and to report that plan of implementation to the board at its September 12th meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Unanimous.
That is unanimous. Thank you. Did we get everything?
Yep, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Glasses on. All right. I believe we are ready for new business now.
Business?
Yes.
It's the agendas.
Yes, so I have one item for new business. I would like to add to a future agenda the matter of coming up with a proper name for the Hunter Woods facility now that it is dedicated to a new use. And I don't know how far we want to put that off. Any suggestions from the staff?
So if I understood Director Dodd's comments earlier, her comments were relating to, is this really a renaming exercise in the same way that like Lake Audubon to something else? You know, and that was sort of the context as compared to bring back all the protocols. You know, if it's something along those lines and you all want to take it up, we could slide it on the August 29th agenda. We're not ready to have here's the protocols if you want to change Lake Audubon. So again, without splitting hairs, I understand she would like to talk about it being philosophically a different thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President, can I inquire of Director
Yes.
Dodd? Your thoughts on member input to this exercise? How would you conceive of soliciting member input?
I would like to have member input, but I would also like to not extend the process too long. So I'm going to have to defer to staff about what is the best expeditious way to get input. You know, I think it's a matter of christening a new use to a facility that we have good reason to be proud of. And so I would like it to be a celebratory acknowledgement of that, and whatever we can do to get some feedback from members on suggestions of names.
I may have misunderstood. I sort of understood the work effort to come back with a scope of work as compared to solicit input and then come back with a name change. I think that's maybe one thing that got us kind of sideways on the Shadowwood thing on exactly what was due when.
So I would like at our next meeting to have in mind a discussion of a process to do a one-off rather than a full policy of just naming this one facility so that we can both solicit member input, but also christen it with a new name as early as we can. That's all I'm asking.
Understood. So we can certainly have that ready for August 29th to discuss what a process would look like if you want to do that.
Thank you.
Do we need to do a motion on that?
Unless you could.
It's just
you
added
had
to
a
a
motion.
future agenda.
You had a motion, but it's just, you want
Yeah,
it on the.
I'll second.
You want it on the 29th?
29th, yeah.
Okay, is there unanimous consent,
Is there
Mr.
unanimous
President?
consent?
Is there any objection, Mr. President?
I don't hear any objections. Done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll add that to the agenda for the
Yeah.
29th of August, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right, let's start with the special meeting. Is there any comments there?
Yeah.
Does anybody have any additions?
Okay, hear none.
Okay, I ask you for unanimous consent to
I
adopt
ask for unanimous consent to adopt the
Wait,
August 21st agenda
21st
as presented in
agenda.
the materials.
Yeah, as presented in the materials tonight.
I object mostly because I want to ask Jennifer something. There was something that you wanted addressed, and I forget because it's too late, out of executive session that we were going to bring forward, whatever that thing was. Do you want it in this upcoming meeting?
It's the next one.
This is, we're doing the joint fiscal and board
Okay.
meeting, so we have to do that one. But
Okay.
yes, I'm about to bring that
Okay.
next one up.
Okay, so there is no objection?
No,
There's no
you're good.
objection.
I'm just
Okay.
tired.
So
All right,
the-
then we
the-
have the August
agenda of the 21st
20th.
is objected, is adopted. Mr. President, relative to the agenda for August 29th, I'm going to move that we adopt it with the following changes. I want to take off the consent agenda the member rights resolution number 2 and the 2024 fee schedule and put that on as an action item and not as a consent agenda item. And then we can figure out what we do with that. We've already added to that agenda a naming process for Hunters Woods Park, and there was something else that Director Juszczyk wanted to add to the 29th?
It was already covered on
The opposite, I think. Weren't you trying to remove member rights?
You want it off the agenda completely, not in,
Yes.
I could go.
Well, it
You
was,
guys all want it on, you can have it on.
I feel like that needs context. You weren't trying to remove member rights. You were
Right.
trying to remove member rights resolution 2.
well, right now it's scheduled for the consent item. You don't want it on the agenda at all?
No.
Fine. And then I would move the agenda with the members' rights resolution and 2024 fee schedule removed from the agenda completely. And just adding in the conversation about Hunter's Woods.
Okay.
And minutes.
I'm
On the,
sorry?
we need minutes on the
Yeah,
consent
up to-
agenda and the
yeah.
legal committee. Unless you guys aren't having a meeting in August.
That's a great, that's,
can't remember.
thank you for that motion, Director Shishak.
Let's assume that it's there, and if we have to. remove it.
Peter?
Yeah, Brittany asked me earlier if we could add the election calendar to the consent agenda for the 29th. We didn't
The
add it
election
the last.
calendar?
Right.
Wow,
Oh.
wasn't expecting that.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to be a consent item.
But we can put on the regular.
Regular agenda.
Regular agenda.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like we have 2 additions to the regular agenda. It is the naming and it is the election calendar. And then we will also add 1 item to consent. It'll be the only item for consent. Excuse me, there will be 2 items for consent. One is
Meeting minutes.
legal and the other is meeting minutes.
Got that?
With those amendments, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, there being unanimous consent?
Any
Looking around the
objections? I
room,
don't hear any
seeing no
objections.
objections?
No objections. So moved.
And, Mr. President, there's no further business before the body?
Director Farrell, thank you for helping me out here. No business before us. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, beating our clock of 11:30.